will be coordinating today's agenda. And with that, Minister, comes the nice privilege of dropping some protocols and speaking my mind in a sense that will encourage each person who will be coming to this stage to be very illuminant and clear on their role and their expert advice. We have a guest speaker, Minister, who has assisted the country in the development of the strategy that seeks to coordinate, strengthen, bring efficiencies in our work as supervisors, as authorities, as law enforcement agencies, and as private sector. We have in our midst, Honorable Minister, captains of industry, whom we placed at the core of the delivery of this strategy, particularly the attainment of the milestones and the commitments that the country has made towards remediation of AML gaps. Without going further, Minister, I every Sunday go to church, and we've got these people who manage the program. They run the risk of saying the entire sermon without bringing the pastor to the podium. So as the Spirit leads, you tend to read into the mind of your pastor and try and position yourself. So I will not make that mistake today, Minister. I will allow you to come and give us the guidance for these 2 days and set the scene of this workshop. I have worked closely with you, and I've noticed that there's a paragraph a person has to say about you before you come up. So, thina bantu balenzansi siyathanda ukuthi izinto sizenze zibe zethu. Uma sila amadolobheni abantu beshiselo siyesifuna ukuthi sisho ukuthi siyabazi. So the Honorable Minister started his business journey in those deep forests, Eshiselweni. I sometimes refer to him as a reluctant politician because I've felt his wrath on a number of occasions. He's one straight talker who will say, CEO, I'm not happy with the FSRA, I'm not pleased. People are not saying good things about you. And we have to find ways to calm him so that his tone of skin does not change. I have had the privilege to serve in an agency that administers legislation on your behalf, and we have sought your guidance from time to time. And what culminates today is your commitment to the agenda of setting financial policy in the country. We are honored that you would take your time out today and be with us, particularly to give leadership and also give credence to the congregation today and set us on the right path. You'll be aware, Minister, that there have been developments, particularly flowing from the FATF-style bodies that have evaluated the country and the kingdom. There are certain commitments that the Minister of Finance has to lead, and we are quite comfortable and confident that we're on the right path because of the tone that you have delivered to us. May I invite you to the podium today to deliver your address. After that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Program Director, Governor of the Central Bank of Eswatini, members of the AML CFT Council and Technical Committee, Commissioner General, Chief Executive Officers, Financial Services Regulatory Authority, Chief MDs of the financial institutions, senior government officials, officials of the mobile network operators, representatives of the financial institutions, representatives of the law enforcement, representatives of various development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and appreciate the participation of all of you in this very important event. I'm sure that all of us here are aware of the challenges within the financial space due to emerging financial crimes. The objective of the anti-money laundering and combating of financing of terrorism, which we'll continue referring to as AML CFT Indaba, is to raise awareness among stakeholders on issues of money laundering and terrorism financing. This is the second Indaba that's being held in Eswatini. The first one was held in July 2019, and the main purpose of this forum is to dialogue on anti-money laundering issues and come up with solutions that will assist the country in the fight against money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. The Ministry of Finance is responsible for AML CFT policy formulation and the implementation of AML CFT programs. Money laundering is one of the greatest modern threats to evolving economies striving to open up to the international world. On the back of this, recent events in the international arena have brought a state of heightened tension with a potential for the perpetration of acts of terrorism across the globe. No country is immune to this. It is in this context of these circumstances that Eswatini, realizing that money laundering has a negative impact on the country's economy and image, has embarked on the action to protect our fragile and emerging economy by enacting a number of pieces of legislation. The ministry's role is also to ensure that the country has national AML CFT policies informed by the risks identified in the financial sector, which should be regularly revised and also have a designated authority responsible for such policies. The AML CFT Act of 2011 was promulgated after the country was evaluated by a Salmalug, a regional body that ensures regional compliance to the Financial Action Task Force, which we refer to as FATF global standards. The AML CFT Act of 2011 was amended in 2016 to comply with evolving international standards revised by FATF, which requires countries to comply with its recommendations in order to combat money laundering. In May 2020, the country underwent the second round of mutual evaluation, which has led the country working on mitigating the deficiencies that were identified by the assessors. Currently, we are working on the review of the National Risk Assessment, the National AML CFT Strategy, and the review of the AML law. The government of Eswatini should be able to comply with Recommendation 2 of the FATF standards, which emphasizes that there should be national cooperation and coordination. The country's response to Recommendation 2 was to gazette a national task force on AML CFT, consisting of a council of technical committee. However, the mutual evaluation reflects that this is just partial compliance to the recommendation. So, to be further compliant to the standard, we have organized this dialogue to strengthen collaboration. The final outcome should be that Eswatini has a proper mechanism to enhance collaboration and coordination in the fight against money laundering. The role of the National Task Force on AML CFT is to develop an anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism national strategy for Eswatini. It's also to facilitate the collaboration between the stakeholders on the anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. It's also to advise the Ministry of Finance on legislative and practical initiatives necessary to secure the compliance with international and regional standards in anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism, and is to ensure that the government policies on anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism are actually implemented. The Ministry's role is also to ensure that the policy makers, the Financial Intelligence Unit, which we refer to as FIU, law enforcement authorities, supervisors, and other relevant competent authorities at the policy-making and operational levels have effective mechanisms in place which enable them to coordinate and, where appropriate, cooperate domestically with each other concerning the development and implementation of policies and activities to combat money laundering. Through the task force, the aforementioned is catered for, and the task force is also responsible for reporting to a Salmalog and to come up with national AML CFT strategic plan, which its mandate is executed upon. Following the recent mutual assessment, the government, through the National Task Force, Council and Technical Committee, has come up with a short and long-term objectives necessary to combat the problem, such as, in the short term, we will conduct and adopt a national risk assessment, also a review of the Money Laundering and Financing of Terrorism Act and relevant laws, and develop frameworks such as virtual assets, non-profit organizations, ultimate beneficial ownership frameworks, which are areas proposed by the assessors. Also to establish an effective AML CFT regulatory and supervisory regime for all accountable institutions. Also to enhance communication and sharing of information with all stakeholders. Also to maintain a well-trained cadre of mutual evaluators. Also to develop institutional capacity and intellectual capital. Also to strengthen cooperation between financial sector regulatory bodies and other government agencies. And it's also to adopt international best practice of AML CFT supervision. Also in the short term is to provide supervisory bodies with the necessary resources to carry out their responsibilities. Now in the long term, what we plan for is to comply fully with evolving international and regional standards on AML CFT. It's also to collaborate with regional and international states in combating money laundering and terrorism financing. Also in the long term is to promote consultative processes between the government and other stakeholders. Also to make Eswatini attractive investment destination due to low levels of such crimes. And lastly, in the long term, it's to mobilize regional and international resources necessary to fight money laundering and the financing of terrorism. With these words, allow me to conclude by encouraging everyone to participate fully in this two-day event and to engage diligently, bearing in mind that you will all be shaping the future of the financial sector to stimulate the growth and improve the integrity of our financial system. I'm confident that all of your efforts will prove valuable to our country. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. Oops. Take my stuff. Thanks.
Another round of applause. I never understood it, why people will make us clap hands all the time. But now I feel this is no easy job. So I have to get some composure, and clapping hands gives me that opportunity. May I welcome the Attorney General, who is the member of the AML CFT Council as well, Umngani Chief. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have received our marching orders. We have set the scene. Now the gloves are coming off. But before we get to the gist of today's agenda, where we will put our experts to account. May I welcome the chairperson, the governor of the CBE, to provide us a heat map and the touch points of the AML CFT regime in the kingdom. Governor.
Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, may I start by recognizing and appreciating the presence of the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We appreciate your very succinct, very pointed message and the political will and commitment by government to ensure that this critical agenda of the nation is achieved and realized. May I also recognize the members of Council of the National Task Force and Anti-Money Laundering here present. Thank you very much, Attorney General, Deputy National Commissioner, Public Protectioner, and the Commissioner General, and all others who are probably on their way. May I also recognize the captains of industry, the CEOs here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would in particular like to thank the Minister for making time to grace us with his presence at this important event. I would also like to thank you all for honoring our invitation to our distinguished guests from all sectors present here today. Your attendance continues to highlight the value and interest that you place in this national event. We, as members of the Council, look forward to your input that will enrich the deliberations of this national AML CFT Indaba. Whilst the Indaba serves as an awareness-raising session to enhance the knowledge of members of the public, it also serves as an opportunity for us to get the much-needed feedback from yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, my presentation today will focus on 4 pillars under which I will discuss the context of my presentation, including international standards, just to give background to the anti-money laundering and counter-financing subject matter. Secondly, I will highlight the key concepts of financial crimes. I will then briefly discuss Eswatini's mutual evaluation and its significance to the compliance of the country with international standards. Towards the end of my presentation, I will highlight the milestones of Eswatini as well as share the forward-looking action plan. In terms of context, the subject of anti-money laundering has its origin in 1989 when the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, headquartered in France, was formed. In 1990, the Financial Action Task Force issued 40 recommendations guiding countries on the standard to be met in fighting against the use of profits gained from criminal activity. These standards are further aimed at protecting the financial system from abuse by criminals to launder illicitly gained funds and preserve financial stability. The FATF monitors the adoption and implementations of this standard through FATF-styled regional bodies. The regional bodies are formed according to the economic bloc of the continents. In 1999, the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, ISAMLAC, was formed to monitor the implementation of the FATF recommendation in the COMESA economic bloc. Honorable Minister, you'll be pleased to know that Eswatini was among the first 5 countries to affiliate with ISAMLAC in 1999 and is expected to apply these principles. In adopting these principles, the country has developed the first AML CFT legal framework in 2001. The framework has evolved together with the FATF recommendations as in 2011, a new law, the Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Prevention Act, was promulgated to incorporate issues of terrorist financing. In 2016, this law was amended to incorporate a risk-based approach. These principles are applied by a range of stakeholders as represented in the National Task Force, as well as the institutions regulated by those members who are referred to as accountable institutions. Cooperation, collaboration, and coordination are important in the effective implementation of the standards as required by recommendation number 2 of the FATF recommendations. Today's event, Honorable Minister, is evidence of such a cooperation, and I would like us to give ourselves a big hand of applause just for coming here today, because it is so significant in sending this message of collaboration, cooperation, and coordination. Can we give ourselves a big hand of applause? I have got no doubt, Honorable Minister, that even the assessors, by mere having this Indaba, we are signifying how important we place this agenda in Eswatini. Program Director, as I have already mentioned, Eswatini established the National Task Force under Section 38 of the Money Laundering and Financing of Terrorism Prevention Act of 2011. The task force is composed of a council that is a steering committee and advisor to the Honorable Minister on the AML CFT policy and strategy to be implemented. I am honored to be currently the chairperson of council. I work with senior officers, professionals, in the name of the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, the Chief Executive Officer of FSRA, the Director of FIU, the National Commissioner of the Royal Eswatini Police, the Commissioner General of Eswatini Revenue Service, the Commissioner Anti-Corruption Unit, the Director of Public Prosecution, and what an honor and a privilege to also have the Attorney General part of this council. The council meets regularly, and we have made commitments as members of the council to ensure that all council members are present in their personal capacities in the meetings to deliberate on these compliance matters which are important to the economy of our country. And here, Honorable Minister, I am truly humbled that this council has obliged and honored this commitment, because we believe that when we lead from the front, we will set the tone for our task team and will set the tone for the nation. The technical committees are reflected on the right side of the slides, as you can see, and is chaired by Eswatini Financial Intelligence Unit, with the Ministry of Finance being the Secretariat. This is the operational organ of the National Task Force that develops the policies, coordinates the national risk assessment, and ensures the implementation of the task force resolutions. It comprises of representatives from supervisory authorities, law enforcement authorities, the DPP office, policymakers, and accountable institutions, among other institutions as portrayed on the diagram. It is important to have all these stakeholders, Honorable Minister, in the fight against these financial crimes, especially because the crimes transcend different sectors of the economy. The proceeds of crime may be laundered in many sectors, including the financial sector, the real sector, dealers in precious metals and other precious stones, just to mention a few. Program Director, allow me now just to give some key elements which are the agenda for the National Council and AML and CFT. One of them is money laundering. Money laundering, therefore, is defined as engaging in activities that will conceal or disguise the true nature, the origin, the location, and movement of property or funds from its origin, knowing or having reason to believe that the property is derived directly or indirectly from criminal activities. This includes retaining property that one knows or suspects that it is derived or indirectly from criminal activities. The purpose is to distance the funds from the criminal activity. I'm happy that the CEO of banks are here, and we use them more extensively as watchdogs in keeping sight of what is happening in the financial sector, and they report this suspicious transaction, and then we are able to get hold of them. The laundering is done in 3 stages, as you can see in the picture. In the first stage, the proceeds of crimes are placed or introduced in the financial system through any of the financial products, either by criminal or through the third parties. Once in the financial system, the funds are layered through the different financial products, either domestically or internationally, or through different companies. The funds are then integrated in the economy and used as if they are legitimate funds through purchasing luxury goods, property, or lavish lifestyles. If I may pause here, Minister and Attorney General. One, two. There was an initiative that was muted, and I am not sure why it was suspended. Meant to do support terrorist activities, to compel a government or international organization to do or abstain from doing something. I'm sure that during the course of this Indaba, this will be discussed and unpacked in detail. It is critical to understand the difference between money laundering and terrorist financing. The source of funds can be legitimate in the case of financing terrorism. It is the purpose for which the funds are used that is questionable. The stages of terrorist financing include collecting funds or donations from sympathizers as the first stage. The second stage is storing the funds through different financial vehicles like bank accounts, antiques, and of late, cryptocurrencies. The funds are moved through different mechanisms like cash couriers and wire transfers. The last stage is the use of the funds to finance terrorism and the operation of terrorist groups like communication, purchase of weapons, training, recruitment, and funding overheads. The financial system can also be used for financing proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Financing proliferation of weapons of mass destruction is providing financial services for the transfer and export of nuclear weapons, their means of delivery, and related materials. In this crime, trade finance is abused to finance proliferation. By way of illustration, this might include facilitating or making payments for the provision of proliferation-sensitive goods and services by providing what we call front companies. Program Director, I hope that we are now contextually familiar on the gist of what the National Council is grappling with and what are the key areas that we are dealing with when we talk about AML, CFT. Now, allow me to move now to the mutual evaluation that you mentioned in your speech, Honorable Minister, and then I'll make some few points on what was uncovered, and I'm sure it will be the detail for this Indaba in the coming 2 days. All these crimes pose a threat to the integrity of the financial system. Therefore, the Financial Action Task Force developed a methodology to test the adequacy and effectiveness of implementing international standards by countries. The FATF-style regional bodies evaluate the implementation of the FATF recommendations by their member countries. It is for that reason that SAMLAC conducted a mutual evaluation on Eswatini in 2021 and adopted the report in April 2022. During the mutual evaluation, the country is evaluated on 2 tests. The first one is technical compliance, and the second one is effectiveness. Technical compliance tests whether the country has put in place measures or legislation to adopt the 40 recommendations. Effectiveness, on the other hand, tests whether the measures that have been put in place are effective. The technical compliance tests 5 ratings. That is 1, compliant where there are no shortcomings, largely compliant where there are only minor shortcomings, partially compliant where there are moderate shortcomings, non-compliant where there are major shortcomings, not applicable where the requirement does not apply due to structural, legal, or institutional features of a country. A country is considered to have passed technical compliance where the ratings are largely compliant or compliant. In terms of an outcome, our technical compliance rating, Eswatini indicates that the country has put in place some measures, but there are still some areas that need corrective action. Out of 40 recommendations, 4 are compliant, marked as blue, as you can see on the chart. 11 are largely compliant, marked as green, giving Eswatini a score of 17 out of 40. A majority of the ratings, about 19, are partially compliant, marked as amber, and 6 recommendations that are non-compliant, marked as red. So, Honorable Minister, you can see that we certainly have a long way to go. Hence our concerted effort to deal with this matter in the interest of making all those blocks green. In terms of effectiveness ratings, on effectiveness test, there are 4 levels of ratings. A high level of effectiveness indicates that the expected standards are achieved and there are minor improvements needed. A substantial level of effectiveness that indicates that the expected standards are achieved to a large extent with moderate improvements needed. A moderate level of effectiveness indicates that the expected standards are achieved to some extent with major improvements needed. And low level of effectiveness indicates that the expected standard is not achieved or it is achieved to a negligible extent with fundamental improvement needed. The moderate and low level of effectiveness have the same impact. They are not good ratings, as it means that the system in the country are not effectively implementing the measures that have been put in place. Eswatini achieved a low level of effectiveness, marked as red, on all the expected standards. Now, Honorable Minister, this is an indictment, which means we have the laws, we have the instruments, but the implementation is not there. That is the biggest gap that we must close as a nation as quickly as possible. Just to give as an example, our neighbor, South Africa in particular, most of the compliance issues were identified to be in existence. But the key issue was in effectiveness, the application and the execution of those required standards. Honorable Minister, as I will be approaching the close, there are some warnings to the country. In the light of the ratings of Eswatini, the FATF issued a warning to the nation to swiftly implement the report's recommendation in June 2021. Eswatini was then put under observation and given 12 months to make significant progress in remediating the findings. The country submits progress reports every 12 months to ASAMLAG. Failure to make significant progress in remediating the findings will result in Eswatini being grey listed. And that is not a joke. The country would, as a result of this, be considered as a high-risk country and considered a high-risk investment destination. And we don't want that. It also results in repricing of our bonds when we issue them, and it addresses quite a number of issues that we have progressed and would easily regress if and we are found to be gray listed. Gray listing is an indication to the international community that a country does not have a robust AML CFT regime, and it is failing to make measures to remediate the findings. This raises a warning alert to trade partners and correspondent relationship of banks. And as a result, the impact to the country could possibly include, among the following: loss of the country's appeal to investors, loss of economic activity, increased prospects of de-risking Eswatini to minimize compliance expenses for respondent banks, reputational damage on the country, and a negative impact on financial stability. Having said all this, Honourable Minister, there are achievements that we have realized, and I'm happy to inform you that as a council, we lead a motivated task force that has taken the challenge to remediate the findings of the mutual evaluation. As I have stated, the fight against the illicit financial flows from the financial crimes can be won with effective collaboration. The task force developed an action plan to remediate the findings of the mutual evaluation report. The findings of the mutual evaluation report indicated that capacity building was fundamental to implementing the action plan. The task force hosted a team of experts from Esamlak in May 2022 to train the technical staff of the task force members on the FATF recommendations and implementing the FATF methodology. Immediately thereafter, the Council launched the Intergovernmental Agency Framework on Asset Forfeiture in July 2022. This framework enhanced cooperation and gave a structured approach to implementing the functions of the task force. Since then, there have been 2 major cases of crimes involving illicit financial flows transcending jurisdiction that are currently ongoing, where funds in millions have been seized pending finalization of the cases. Noting the importance of measuring illicit financial flows and investigating them to repatriate the funds back to the country, the Council commissioned an illicit financial flows committee in January 2023. The task force continues to implement the action plan with the following notable action in progress. 1, the National Risk Assessment commenced in October 2022, and the first draft has already been issued. It already has a semblance of the findings that will be shared in this Indaba. The task force has commenced reviewing the legislation to address recommendations rated as partially or non-compliant. The first draft of the omnibus legislation is in place. Currently, it is undergoing review following the first round of comments from stakeholders. And here, Honourable Minister, I would like to pause and really extend great appreciation to the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General in person has taken interest on these laws and is doing all that he can to move them as fast as possible. In fact, I was talking to the World Bank and the IMF at the beginning of this week because I also have some laws that I wish to take them through Parliament. I said, I am now delayed by this transition, so I hope that we move speedily and we have our Parliament in place so that these laws can be actioned and promulgated into law and we comply. And thank you very much, Attorney General and your office, for personally handling these matters, and we truly appreciate as a council and as a nation. Informed by the National Risk Assessment, the task force has drafted a strategy and an action plan with the assistance of the Southern African Development Community. A detailed presentation will be made on this subject matter during this Indaba. The task force commissioned a supervisors forum where the supervisory authorities, Central Bank, FSRA, Financial Intelligence Unit, discuss policies, risks, and trends. The first success of this forum is the requirement to report cash transactions above a threshold of 15,000 to the EFIU that was issued in September 2023. The data reported under this requirement will proactively help the country to understand the flows and use of cash, as well as risks that may be emerging before financial institutions file suspicious transaction reports. The Council has also commissioned research to understand virtual assets and associated risks to inform policy formulation. The session on virtual assets will discuss more about the issues on this topic. It is a topic that I personally find interesting and technical. I urge all participants to listen attentively and engage on this subject. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, you will note that a lot of work has been put into implementing the corrective action following the mutual evaluation exercise. As I make my conclusion, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to express my profound gratitude to the technical committee of the National Task Force that has worked so hard to make this event a success. There are many men and women that work in the background to ensure that such an event comes to fruition. We would like to extend deep appreciation. May I also appreciate the members of council for making themselves present today, and all the distinguished guests that are here. We know that it is valuable time, but it is precious time given this, the significance of this national agenda. May I, of course, the minister has officially opened this Indaba, but on behalf of council, may I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and I'm sure it's going to be robust, and we look forward to the learnings that will be collected from this significant event. I thank you all, and good morning.
Thank you, Pastor. It fits neatly like a glove. Thank you, Governor, for your presentation. I was noting what you're saying, and you have sort of took away what I intended to emphasize. Now, I am standing here, Minister, on behalf of the Principal Secretary. I think it is important that I say that, because regulators or supervisors are not known to be thanking participants. See, it's Sansa to write those love letters that initiate show cause hearings and sanctions that we mete out. The governor has expressed the appreciation from the Minister of Finance as I stand here to say the national risk assessment, the work that commenced and will be presented today, would not have been a success were it not for participants and players in the financial system. The governor and chairperson of council has indeed said that they are watchdogs. I would have preferred a much nicer one to say gatekeepers. But they pursue profit. So it really is, I knew it, that Standard Bank will not like it. But nonetheless, the work that financial institutions and financial service players contribute to this agenda is immense. We issue laws and financial infrastructure instruments, and we intend to have oversight over those, but the success of these controls lie with the players. We're indeed grateful that we have reached this milestone, and we do appreciate that. Before we go on further to tea, morning tea, I would request that these tables with flowers, captains of industry, members of the council, members of the task force, congregate outside for a photo op with the minister. We are all aspiring politicians today, and it is indeed the season. We intend to milk it as much as we can. Siyababona nabo maphephandaba. We would request that outside Batasilaila, the ushers, and then after the photo op, we'll have tea, and then we'll get back to the business of the day. Thank you.
It's on.
Ladies and gentlemen, tea is ready downstairs and outside, so you can go down for tea break. Thank you.
2, 10, 2, 10, 2, 10. None of this, please. Two, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sprays, Skako. 1, 2. 1, 2. Lovi, what Lovi? Praise.
One, two, two, one, two.
May we reconvene. Thank you for your attention. I was just trying to scan the room and see if our next session and the facilitators or discussants are ready. I will go on a whim and anticipate that the time savings that we've made from our two previous speakers are also going to enable us to have a much richer and intense engagement on what is now to be the most interesting part of the program, where we try and understand, as the chairperson has highlighted, the work around the national risk assessment and to see where we fit as private and the public sector, the roles and the key findings that the report has come up with. We do appreciate the guidance and the setting of the tone that our principals have laid for us, and it is quite encouraging that the integrity of this financial system, judged by your attendance and your contributions to what supervisors and authorities have been requesting from you since 2021, post the mutual evaluation, is bearing fruit. We will invite Ms. Nomfanelo Gunene Tobela. Oh yes, that's the bright color I was trying to pick from the room. She never lets us down. And she will be assisted by Mr. Calvin Dlamini from the FIU. It gets very interesting when we have this mix of experts previously from the private sector who knows all the devices and tricks that we put in front of our desks and Besebaba resources for authorities and supervisors. I tend to deviate and derail and think of my previous life experiences as well, where you will sit in a room and say, no, the regulators are right, even if you are on the other side of the table. And this is the spirit that we anticipate we will hold today. Ms. Tovela, you have the floor.
No, different time. Program Director, captains of the industry, AML CFT task force members, senior government officials, all protocols observed. I greet you all this morning. My name is Calvin Mini from the EFIU, Eswatini Financial Intelligence Unit. Here with me, I'm with Nomfanelo Gunene Tobela. We were appointed as the National Risk Assessment Coordinators. So we're basically here to present on the, I would say, the preliminary findings, because we have not yet completed the National Risk Assessment. So we'll just be flagging on the processes we've undertaken to reach this stage. we already know some of the challenges, of the gaps and the challenges. So we'll just take you briefly on what we have identified as the major risks, the major national risks in fighting money laundering and terrorism financing. So as an outline, my presentation outline, we will be talking about the basis. So we will, as an introduction, we will talk about the basis of the national risk assessment, why undertake this critical project. We'll also be talking about the national risk assessment methodology. We'll also be talking about the national assessment process, national threats, national vulnerabilities, the national and sectoral vulnerabilities. And lastly, we'll talk about the strategy and action plan. So Ms. Nomfanelo will touch on the fourth item there, or the fifth one, national vulnerabilities, sector vulnerabilities, strategy, and then the action plan. Okay. So as an introduction, we will talk about the basis of the national risk assessment. As alluded to by the director earlier, we have the FATF recommendations, the 40 recommendations we're talking about. So basically, the national risk assessment, I mean, it forms the first recommendation of the, of the FATF recommendation. So it's basically risk assessment and then the risk-based approach. So the international standards requires all jurisdictions to identify and assess national risks for that country, which we are currently doing. Countries should designate an authority or mechanism to coordinate actions to assess the risk. So basically, I'm just trying to flag what the standard says, the international standard says. So countries should keep risk assessment up to date. I must say that this is our second national risk assessment. So the first one was done 4 or 5 years back. So this is the second risk assessment. So we're trying to comply with this requirement to keep the national risk assessment up to date. Countries should have mechanisms to provide information on the results of the risk assessment and all relevant competent authorities. So after the approval of this national risk assessment, we will have to disseminate the results of the assessment to all the competent authorities. Because at some point, we need to ensure that it's cascaded down to all the sectors. We need to identify all the risks because this is just the basis of every effort we'll be putting to remediate the mutual evaluation findings. So we are also trying to avert the grey listing, which the governor talked about this morning. So again, the standard says supervisors and self-regulatory bodies, SRBs, should ensure that the financial institutions and DNFBPs are implementing their obligations under the recommendation 1, which is the risk assessment and national and the risk-based approach to managing money laundering risks. Okay, so now we will move to the national risk assessment methodology. The methodology we followed into coming up with this project. So in October last year, the Minister of Finance commissioned this project. So there was the planning phase where we agreed that then the technical committee, the task force technical committee, will form the National Risk Assessment Working Group. So the task force, we've got the council and we've got the technical committee. So this project is run by the technical committee, which forms the National Risk Assessment Working Group. So in that meeting, we had represented myself from the EFIU, Calvin Lamini, Ms. Nomfanelo Gunene Tobela, and Templeton Lamini from ERS to coordinate this project. And then we also agreed that to conduct this project, we will be using the World Bank tool, which most jurisdictions use to conduct such assignments. So the World Bank tool, it's a well-known tool within the AML CFT industry, which jurisdictions use to conduct this critical project. So the World Bank tool has about 14 modules. So you see that this is a massive project because, we talk 14 modules. It means that we then need to form about 14 subcommittees to this. So I will be, in the subsequent slides, I will be showing you which are these modules or committees. The working groups were appointed and were appraised on the World Bank tool. And then team leaders were also appointed for each subcommittee. Okay. So I must also highlight this, that the duration of this project, normally, according to the World Bank and other jurisdictions who have done this before, it usually takes 8 to 12 months to complete. So the planning phase was done October, and then the actual work started this January. So we're in month 7 of the project as we speak. But I'm happy to say we are closer to the completion of this project. Okay. And then, so this is what we have undertaken. These are the milestones undertaken at the moment. So we've got 7 milestones, of which the first 4 has been successfully completed. So what we did after the appointment and the appointment of the subcommittees, we had to start off by collecting data. The subcommittees collected the data. This data collected was then populated in the World Bank tool. This data was also analyzed by the subcommittees. There were draft reports by the subcommittees, which were then presented to the entire National Risk Assessment Working Group, which is the technical committee. And then, so we now have the first draft of the NRA report, which we shared with the owners of the tools, which is the World Bank. So they reviewed our draft reports. 3 weeks back, they were in country to validate what we have already done, to ensure that we on track. So I'm happy to report that we are not far off the mark. There were minor amendments which we still have to address as a committee. Now, after we are in the process of addressing those comments now as we speak, and then thereafter we will prepare the final report, send it to council, and then cabinet ultimately will have to approve. Council and cabinet will have to approve this report. Yeah. So basically, that's the process thus far. We are trying to address the World Bank review comments at the moment. Okay. So the next slide, we'll just be talking on the different modules, the 14 modules which we have covered, and the participants, because we had participants from the public sector and private sector. So it was an all-inclusive project. So the 14 modules we have, the first one is the National Threats module. It was led by DPP, REPS, and the Central Bank. We also have the National Vulnerability module, led by ERS, ACC. The banking sector, as the regulators, was led by the Central Bank. Insurance sector was led by FSRA. Security sector, FSRA. DNFBPs, led by the EFIU. gaming board, and the mine. Yes, yeah, okay. So generally, I mean, the DNFBP sector, I know a lot of people may be asking, what is this DNFBPs? So DNFBPs are the designated non-financial businesses and professions. So when we try to manage money laundering risk, we don't just look at the financial institutions only. We also have these entities which are non-financial institutions, but it has been discovered that they also pose risks. So these may include legal practitioners, real estate sector, casinos and gaming boards, dealers in precious stones and metals, you know. So these are some of the sectors which should be regulated to combat financial crime. So we also have terrorism financing, which was led by REPS and ACC. We also have NPO sector. We also need to look into the risk posed by non-profit organizations. We have financial inclusion risks. We also have virtual asset service providers. I mean, that one was led by FSRA and the central bank. We also have environmental crimes led by Eswatini Environmental Crimes Authority. And lastly, we had tax crimes modules. So these are the 15 modules which were assessed with a view of identifying the risks. And then thereafter, we come with strategies, we come up with action plans to mitigate these risks. Then we'll move on to, still part of the methodology, we'll move on to the sources of data. I mean, you know, when you conduct such a project, we need data to come up with the risks. So these are the sources of data we used to conduct this NRA. We used databases from the Registrar of Companies, DPP, law enforcement agencies, I mean, databases from EFIU, Central Bank, FSRA, EEA, DEETS, Law Society, and Gaming Board. So these are the sources of data we used to come up with, to identify some of the risks. We also administered questionnaires to selected accountable institutions, banks, non-banks institutions, and DNFBPs. We also used face-to-face interviews and meetings with representatives from accountable institutions. We also used public information, including our mutual evaluation, 22 mutual evaluation report, and the previous risk assessment, as alluded before, earlier, to say this is our second national risk assessment. So we also used the first one as a data source. We also reviewed the relevant legislation, including the Money Laundering Act, POCA, Financial Institutions Act, Suppression of Terrorism Act, to name just a few. Otherwise, we had a lot of pieces of legislation reviewed. Okay, so on the threat side, I will be presenting just briefly on the threats, the national threats. So generally, as a country, these are the threats we have identified as a country. So generally, the threats we're talking about, you know, the types of the predicate offenses which are more prevalent in the country. So we took the top 4. We got data from law enforcement agencies. So what we are seeing, Program Director, we are seeing that drug trafficking, fraud, tax evasion, corruption are the major threats for Eswatini. So I think we will be sharing figures which support these, because we got these from law enforcement, you know, issues which have been prosecuted, issues which have data from law enforcement on the investigations. So yeah, we will be flagging this. And then on our vulnerabilities, this is just high level, otherwise Nomfanele will be taking us through deeply on the vulnerabilities. We have the country, we have porous borders. I mean, we know we've got known illegal crossings in the country. so which exposes us to risks. And then we've got insufficient financial investigations, low level of money laundering investigations, low level of prosecutions. So these are some of the vulnerabilities. And then what we are seeing as emerging risks, because as we try to fight financial crime, these launderers are clever, they are intelligent, they always come up with other risks. They always try to launder their funds through different sectors. So we have also seen as emerging risks smuggling of goods. I think, like I said, we've got porous borders, so people are able to smuggle goods into the country. We also have issues with hardwares now. I may not say, not issues per se, to say we have noted that we now have accounts in hardwares. So yet hardwares were not previously regulated for AML CFT purposes. So there's some kind of deposit taking with the aim of building commercial properties or residential properties in the future. So we're seeing people now opening accounts with the hardwares. Okay, we're also seeing increased use of cryptocurrency exchanges, increased fraud in mobile money and mobile value transfer services like mobile money, so whereby scammers are targeting or defrauding unsuspecting members of the public. So these are some of the things we are seeing in the space, which is under financial crime. So, and then now we have cross-border threats as well. So we looked at data, outflow of funds and inflow of funds into the country. We now have those countries where we are seen to be moving funds to, and then the receipts, the incoming of funds. But maybe high level is just to flag that flows between, we are seeing South Africa as a major partner, when it comes to the transfer of funds cross-border. Flows between Eswatini and South Africa make up about 75% of the financial flows, both inflows and outflows. So the funds are moving to and from South Africa, most of the funds. There have been two in the past. Okay, maybe just to put this to context, maybe we were looking at the data we were looking into as data, 5 years back data, from 2018 to 2022. So in the period under review, we have seen 2 investigations involving foreign nationals, but none resulted in arrest. There have been no outgoing mutual legal assistance requests related to money laundering, because we are supposed, as countries, we work together. I mean, through mutual legal assistance, from law enforcement in the other countries. So we have received mutual legal assistance requests from other countries, but we have addressed those. However, as a country, we have not done our own mutual legal assistance for money laundering, but we have done mutual legal assistance requests to other countries for predicate offenses, but not money laundering. Okay, no seizure or freezing of assets relating to foreign nationals at the moment. Okay. So the common money laundering threats and typologies we have noticed in the past 5 years. I mean, we are seeing, okay, we had 6 prosecutions in the past 5 years, money laundering prosecutions. So 5 of those money laundering prosecutions relate to self-laundering, and then the other one relates to self-laundering and third-party laundering. So whereby there may be an entity involved, but the 5 cases, it involves just individuals who try to defraud their entities, commit crimes, and then they try to launder the funds themselves. That's the self-laundering. But then the last one, the one case relates to third parties as well. So the sectors where these funds are on the investigations, prosecutions, and convictions. So what we are seeing on the four major predicate offenses highlighted before, the drug trafficking, these are just numbers. These are not the value, the values, monetary values. These are just numbers of investigations. So it seems like we are doing well with drug trafficking prosecutions because, in the past 5 years, these are the 10,600 cases. All of these have been prosecuted. And then we are looking at fraud, as one of the major predicate offenses. The prosecution rate, as flagged before, we're saying is low. It's part of the risk flagged. So you can see that cases of fraud, that we've got about 36% prosecution rate. It means that, out of the 2,800 cases, only 1,000 were prosecuted. The others did not reach court. And then tax evasion, we're doing well there. We've got about 89% prosecution rate. And then the major issue is with corruption. Corruption is one of our major predicate offenses. In the past 5 years, we've investigated about 121 cases, but only 2 of these cases have seen court. So it means that, we are not doing well when it comes to the prosecutions of corruption in the country. So I think this is where because this is just an indicator, risk indicator to say, we have issues with our prosecution, so we need to come up with strategies and action plans to close such gaps. And then here we tried to, the money laundering investigations per sector. So this is a busy slide, forgive me. So here we're trying to flag the sectors where these funds are laundered. So as flagged before, these are the money laundering cases which have been investigated in the past 5 years. So we've got the sectors and the offense. I think the first one generally is not a sector per se, it's just an offense, the drug trafficking. So we've got drug trafficking as a predicate offense, and then now we said we did the parallel financial investigations, trying to look at the money laundering aspect of things. So we had about 73% of these cases from drug trafficking, which comprises of about 50% of the 146 investigated. So we've got the banking sector. I think the banking sector has been instrumental in identifying suspicious transactions and reporting to the FIU. We've got exchange offices, 12 cases, insurance, remittances, real estate sector, where we are seeing where there was money laundering investigation. So you could see that you can see that the real estate sector poses high money laundering risk in the country. So generally, we've got public sector, microfinance institutions, healthcare. We have investigated money laundering cases under these sectors. Okay, let's move on. And then money laundering prosecutions. Out of the 146 money laundering investigations conducted, there were only 6 mobile money prosecutions. And 4 of these cases were fraud cases, 1 robbery case, 2, we also had 1 on tax evasion case. So basically, you could see that the prosecution rate at country level is low. So there are issues there for the country, so we just need to remediate, close those gaps. So out of the 6 prosecuted, we haven't convicted anyone. 5 are still pending. There was only 1 acquittal. So I think when the governor talked about the effectiveness of our regime, really, we just need to up the game because, out of, these low prosecutions, there's still no one convicted of money laundering in the country. Okay. And then we have seizures and confiscations. As much as we have not convicted anyone, but we have frozen some of the funds related to, to these financial crimes. So these are the statistics. We have seizures, frozen amounts without money laundering charges. So maybe just to explain, what we have seen, our law enforcement agencies, they usually concentrate on the predicate offense when they are doing their investigations. So we have not been doing a parallel financial investigation whereby we are intentional to say, yes, we've committed the crime. So now let us look the process of the crime, how you have been using the money. So that's the parallel financial investigation we need to start doing as a country, especially the law enforcement agencies. So, and then we've got confiscated funds without money laundering. Okay, we've got frozen and confiscated charges without money laundering charges. It amounts to 2.2. And then we've got frozen with money laundering charges. You recall that I flagged that we've got 5 pending cases. So we have frozen about 0.4 million relating to these financial crimes. And then we have got 2.2 million from forfeited through funds forfeited through forfeiture. So yeah, these are the stats on the proceeds of crimes to date. These are data, 5-year data. So yeah, at this moment, I would like to call upon Ms. Nomfanele to take us through the vulnerabilities module and the sectorial vulnerabilities module, sectorial vulnerabilities, the strategy and action plan. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you will not see me, but I will see you. Okay, thank you, Calvin. Calvin has taken us through the crimes that are generating the proceeds. And as Governor has stated, we are requested to put in place a legal framework as a country that will ensure that we have measures in place to mitigate the abuse of the financial system by criminals to launder the proceeds of these crimes. You will note that we have spoken about the money laundering threat, and we have not spoken about the terrorist financing threat. That one is deliberate. We have not spoken about the terrorist financing threat because it is an issue of it has high-level sensitivities, but when the report is being disseminated, it will be delivered with that part in a sanitized format. Moving on to the next presentation, we are now looking at our framework. How effective is it? We've already been given the background by the governor to say our framework has a low level of effectiveness. And now, what are the vulnerabilities that are in the framework? We will start from our policy. Yes, we have legislation, but as a country, the legislation was not informed by a policy that has taken learnings from a risk assessment. So we need a strategic plan as a task force that is going to inform us of the activities that we need to take or to undertake to mitigate the threats that are in the financial system. Moving on, please go back to the previous slide. Okay. Looking at the next vulnerability, because we don't have a AML policy and strategy informed by the risks, it means that it follows, therefore, that the other controls will not be targeting at risks, but will just be putting in place processes that will be covering maybe businesses, not necessarily targeting at the risks of money laundering and financing of terrorism. The quality of our border controls, Calvin has said, is also a sector where we are vulnerable. We have porous borders. And if we have porous borders, you have also seen in the recent past where they said a man came into the country with millions and tried to deposit in the financial system. And you will want to ask where this person came through. It could be through the porous borders, but in this case, it was through the airport. And we also know that there are informal crossings that are under monitoring by our Umbutfo Defense Force, but these ones we are referring to illegal crossings, not the informal ones. In these illegal crossings, we've noted through this risk assessment that people that move there, they smuggle cash, goods, drugs, and goods as big as cars. And then as a country, we know that at the airport, you are expected to declare any cash movement above 15,000 emalangeni threshold. I wonder if we all declare, you just declare, you don't give the cash, but you are expected to declare. If you do not, I ask of you to please declare. It helps us for statistics purposes, but it also help us to monitor if there are any illicit financial flows through our borders. So just like the case I've mentioned, this person came through the airport but declared, in this instance, this person declared, but just declared a wrong source of funds. So please be truthful again. You will just move along with your funds. Looking at the quality of our CDD framework, I'm sure every one of you will receive a phone call one time and again from your financial institution to say, please update your KYC. Yes, our financial institutions are doing that, but now, what is the quality of the information that they are collecting from you, and then are they verifying that information? Our accountable institutions, being the banks, your mobile money institutions, your insurance providers, investment managers, they collect the CDD information and it's of good quality. However, we are lacking as a country on structures to verify that information. You know, when you bring your ID, we must verify that your ID is authentic. In this case, the only issuer of verifying an authentic ID is the Ministry of Home Affairs. So in our framework, we have institutions that have connected a direct link with the Home Affairs to verify this information. Unfortunately, this is still at its infancy stage and it hasn't covered the full financial system, thus giving us vulnerabilities because you can present an ID before a financial institution and we would not know whether it is authentic. Now, we also have vulnerabilities on beneficial information. One will ask, what is beneficial information? There will be a presentation tomorrow on beneficial information, but it means the person who ultimately owns a legal entity. You know, we have directors, we have shareholders. Some companies are owned by other companies, but we need to get as far as the natural person who will ultimately control that legal entity. We have measures in place that link financial institutions with the registrar of companies as the custodian of this information. Unfortunately, due to structural issues in our legislation, the registrar of companies does not collect sufficient information to meet this requirement, creating a vulnerability for us. You will find that in your Form Cs, where you look at who's the shareholder, you will find a company. I said you get to the next company until you get to the natural person. But in our framework, we do not get to the natural person. You just get one level up. The next vulnerability is the quality of criminal investigations and prosecutions. I think Calvin has already expanded on this one. we may be investigating and prosecuting predicate offenses, but the real price is to deprive the criminals of the benefits of the criminal activity. So we are not yet conducting parallel financial investigations, or we were not in the past 5 years, and we've only just started conducting parallel financial investigations. And in the past 5 years, there were no sufficient trainings for investigators on parallel financial investigations, and they've just started. So we are hopeful that we will be mitigating that risk. In investigations and prosecutions, we also have challenges of human resources. International cooperation. Governor has already stated that financial crimes transcends jurisdictions, and we say they are illicit financial flows because they're leaving our jurisdictions to other economies. We have a framework on implementing mutual legal assistance, because if our funds leave our economy to other jurisdictions, we need to trace these funds, we need to repatriate them. So we need a framework that will help us to engage other jurisdictions and request for their mutual legal assistance. The legal assistance is mutual in the sense that we should be able to give the assistance and the other countries should be able to give us. In our legislation, the vulnerabilities is that we have a good framework, but it has a limiting factor. It says that we will only give assistance to countries that we've designated. So our framework says we will give assistance to Eswatini, but day by day we trade with all countries around the globe. So should there be any funds illicitly leaving the country to other jurisdictions, we will not be able to get any assistance from those. We also note that whilst we have that limitation, we have given mutual legal assistance. It is a legal limitation, but effectively, there are cases where we've given mutual legal assistance to Mozambique, to Botswana, to name a few. We have been receiving requests, but we have not initiated requests. We are hopeful that we will be mitigating this aspect because it creates a vulnerability. We know that there are already funds leaving the country, and we should be tracing these funds to bring them back to the economy. As we move along, to the next slide. Let's look at the actual modules that carried out the risk assessment and the different sectors. So Calvin articulated the different groups of the modules. Now we will look at the sectors where the funds are laundered. The sector population looks at the banking sector, which was composed of commercial banks and one building society. We know that this building society is regulated by the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, is not under the banking sector. However, because of the activities of this institution, we have decided to analyze them along the risk of the banking sector. The second population is the non-bank financial services sector. It comprises of the insurance sector, the securities sector, and other financial institutions. Well, these other financial institutions include microlenders, the building society, savings and credit corporations, mobile money institutions, forex bureaus, and money remitters. Then the next sector, which is not commonly known, is the designated non-financial businesses and professions. The governor said this is a mouthful yesterday. Yes, it's a mouthful, but it is important for us to pay attention to the sector. It's relatively unknown. In this sector, these businesses, they don't work on finances, but they facilitate financial transactions and contribute to financial transactions. These are legal practitioners. We know that if you want to purchase property, you can even deposit your funds with a legal practitioner, hopefully in their trust account, not business, and they will facilitate a transaction for you. We know real estate agencies facilitate transactions of sale and purchases of property. The real estate agencies are the ones that will know who is behind the transaction. So they sometimes receive cash for the properties that has been sold. So they also need to apply the same principles as financial institutions. Casinos and gaming houses, I'm sure they get to $1 million a week in the finances that are moving in that sector. So they are also responsible because you can place money there and probably take it back again without placing any bets. And if you receive it back, you would be asked where you got this money. You'd say it will be from a casino house or a gaming house. Then we move on to dealers in precious stones and metals. Those are critical because they sell, or maybe they deal in precious metals that can also be used as where you can purchase that and keep the precious stone and metal in lieu of cash. And if you sell it again, it gives you good return. Then motor vehicle dealers. In terms of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, motor vehicle dealers are not quite accountable institutions, but because of the risk that we've seen, the threats, as Calvin has said, we have undertaken a study on them as a country. Now, we are going to be reporting on the vulnerabilities of all these sectors combined in the next slide. The vulnerabilities are in addition to the national vulnerabilities that we have identified. So in the structure of the National Risk Assessment, you will get the overarching national vulnerabilities. Then in each and every sector, we have to look at what is vulnerable in each sector, customers through the customer due diligence information. And as I've stated, the verification of this information is through the national system, and it has only just recently commenced, creating a vulnerability, therefore, because anybody can present an identity card, and we know that there's some parts of the country where they are fraudulently developed national identity documents. Again, in the financial sector, there's access to beneficial ownership with the banking sector having established a solid relationship with the registrar of companies, but we cannot say the same for the other sectors, creating a vulnerability for them. There is available independent sources of verifying information in the banking sector and the non-banking sector. The independent sources that I refer to, you will find that there are some lists internationally that are issued by the United Nations to say this country is designated, this person is designated as an undesirable person to participate in the financial system. So institutions have invested in sanction screening tools as independent sources to verify this information. We can't say the same for designated non-financial businesses and professions because this sector has not been regulated, had not been supervised for anti-money laundering purposes for a long time, and the Financial Intelligence Unit has just started. The quality of supervision. We know that the central bank and the FSRA have long been supervising the banking and the non-banking sector, and therefore that makes supervision under those sectors robust. However, as I've just stated, DNFBPs have not been supervised. In our legislation, the structure of the legislation is such that the FIU, the Financial Intelligence Unit, is the primary supervisor for AML CFT purposes. However, where the sector has a primary supervisor or a regulator, that regulator will be responsible for AML CFT supervision. Now, as I've stated, lawyers are already supervised by the Law Society for their coming into being. We also have the dealers in precious metals and stones that are supervised by the Department of Mines. And we have accountants there that are supervised by the the accounting institution. Sorry, however, those institutions, as the primary regulators, were not taking up their role as supervisors for MLCFT purposes. And the Financial Intelligence Unit, by default, is their supervisor in terms of the structure of the law. And the FIU has just commenced supervision of those sectors. It creates a vulnerability for us because we've already seen in the threats, as articulated by Calvin, that some of those sectors are being abused for money laundering. To say that a quality of supervision is good, it means that where institutions are not complying with the law, they are sanctioned for that. Whether it is reprimanding them or taking away their license or applying the financial sanctions in the law, which can be up to 5 million, that would require regulators to do that. However, in the case of Eswatini, enforcement of sanctions is not being done. There are very low sanctions that have been issued to financial institutions or non-banking financial institutions. And that's not to say we don't want to fine them. We are, as the governor had already stated, that in 2016 we amended our legislation. We were still holding each other's hands towards compliance on a risk-based approach. Once these institutions are comfortable and confident in the application of these principles, I'm sure their regulators will sanction them. We say that there's quality of supervision if the regulator or the supervisor gives feedback to these institutions, conducts training, gives guidance notes. All the sectors, fortunately, are already receiving training because the FIU has started with training the DNFBPs. Central Bank and FSRA have already been doing that. How are you going to see that there's quality supervision? You will see it in the quality of internal controls in these institutions. We know that there's a legislation that guides institutions on the framework, and the financial sector and non-banking financial sector already have compliance functions in place. In these compliance functions, the compliance officers are responsible for being the liaison persons with regulators. They are responsible for the transaction monitoring activity of that institution and the compliance with the legislation. The banking sector has relatively adequate internal controls. We've already seen that while the banking sector is being abused for money laundering, we can also see the benefits of their controls because some of the cases that were being investigated significantly came from the banking sector. So that shows the adequacy of their internal controls. As Calvin has already outlined, the non-bank financial services sector has relatively good controls, but not quite as effective, and the non-banking sector has not been reporting any suspicious transactions. Now, in the compliance level of staff, you may have a compliance function, but you find that you don't have staff with integrity or you don't have staff that is implementing the standards. We've noted some cases of fraud where there was collusion with staff members or the fraud cases were initiated by a staff member, but they're significantly low compared to the number of staff members that are in the banking sector. There were around 10 cases out of 300 cases in the past 5 years. The staff in the banking sector is adequately trained, giving effectiveness to the compliance staff, and we know that the staff in the non-banking sector is receiving training from FSRA. The banking and non-banking sector are receiving supervisory support and guidance from their regulators, and the DNFBP sectors do not yet have compliance functions, except for the casinos and dealers in precious metals. Except for the casinos. Sorry, it's the casinos that have compliance officers. For the effectiveness of the sectors, the ultimate prize is that when they facilitate transactions, they should be able to identify the suspicious ones and report them to the Financial Intelligence Unit. Banking sector, as noted in the statistics, is reporting those, and the non-banking sector has relatively a low rate of reporting suspicious transactions, and the DNFBPs have not yet commenced reporting suspicious transactions. Now, you may report a suspicious transaction, but the quality of information there is the one that will lead law enforcement authorities to investigate a solid case. The Financial Intelligence Unit has been very instrumental in the past 5 years. We have seen a significant increase in the quality of the suspicious transactions that have been reported. How has that been achieved? The FIU holds periodic meetings with compliance functions. That's why it's important to have a compliance function. And they train the analysts periodically and give them feedback as well on the quality of information that they submit to the FIU. And that gives feedback and encouragement to the institutions. Having seen these vulnerabilities, they need to be addressed at some point. The governor has already stated that we were just developing a strategy as a country. We are having all these processes run parallel. We have already seen the vulnerabilities that are in the country from the first draft of the report, and we can already see the threats. With the technical assistance from SADC, we have been fortunate as a country to have started developing our strategy and action plan. In the past 2 days, this week has been an AML week for us. The past 2 days we're with our short-term expert, Mr. Charles. He will be giving a presentation just after us. There are 4 things: the findings of the mutual evaluation and also mitigate the risks that we've identified. Governor has emphasized that collaborate amongst our sectors, and we will collaborate with international stakeholders, especially in mutual legal assistance. On the second outcome, we need to have interventions that are based on current and emerging risks. Here, our interventions need to precede the risk assessments. We need to have capacity. We need to train each other as part of the actions that we need to take. We also need to ensure that terrorist financing issues are addressed. The third outcome is that money laundering is detected, disrupted, and proceeds are forfeited. So in this one, it means that the financial institutions will be able to detect. We must put in, we need to achieve that terrorism and proliferation financing are detected and disrupted, and the terrorists are deprived of the resources to continue with their terrorist activities. So in this one, we need to have a good framework to address terrorism issues. We already had training as a country from SADC on developing a terrorism strategy. So we then need to make sure that we have a robust framework, review our framework as we are doing in our omnibus law. And financial institutions need to have the knowledge to detect
the AML CFT agenda. We were from opposite directions as authorities and participants. You did not know how much information to reveal as a supervisor. Will I be tipping them off if recognize and their appreciation of the subject? At some point, the participants, because they are part of the National Task and Technical Committee, so they have a voice in the crafting and determination of the instruments and legislation. So at some point I understand that they made a pact amongst themselves. I will not reveal where they were, but it was dark corners somewhere. And they agreed that AML issues and compliance issues can never be competition drivers. And we have seen that in action. We have recognized the kind of information that they bring through to authorities and the expert knowledge that they share with us, and we are continuously grateful for that. On NRA that has just been delivered by my 2 colleagues sets the landscape. Threats and vulnerabilities don't just end or start and end with financial transactions and financial institutions. The porousness of our borders, as Calvin has demonstrated, are causes of concern. The work that the immigration and our law enforcement agencies have to play is critical as much as what financial institutions do. So we'll just open the floor and interact with the information that we have just absorbed, and make it very relevant to our day-to-day lives. Mr.
Or whatever, who do you forfeit this property to? I thank you.
Thank you, Baba Mhlongo, for such thought-provoking questions. I can already see the House is discussing the answers. I'm sure we'll get answers from the floor. Baba Mhlongo, it's not covering up. We are a task force on the first question, on the low level of prosecutions. Mhlomise kweligala Baba Mhlongo, ikhona DPP will help us. But learnings from the National Risk Assessment, we have learned that we had low level of capacity, both in knowledge and staffing issues, and this issue has been widely identified across the different stakeholders. I believe the DPP is getting ready to respond on that question. Babe Brian?
Thank you very much. I've been put on the spot, but I've got the answer. The issue firstly is that if you looked at the statistics, you would have noticed that the number of predicate offenses is quite high. But out of the high number of predicate offenses, there were only 146 ML investigations, that is, investigations involving money laundering. Now, out of the 146, only 6 were fit to be taken to court. Because at the end of the day, we need to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Ige, spoken like a true lawyer, Babe Mhlongo. So mnengiyamuva Babe Mhlongo, uthi-ke, I will prosecute what is fit to come before court, that I have evidence to prove. Uthi DPP Babe Mhlongo, he doesn't want to go to a losing battle. He wants to go to battle and win. So he will take to court the cases that have evidence and showcase to be okay, police investigations. Okay, Babe Mhlongo, to the defense of the police, these are money laundering cases. You will recall that we have said we have vulnerabilities on parallel financial investigations. And we have seen on the predicate offenses, the numbers were very good. To the defense of the police, story bayasati. Bayakulandzela licala le predicates and bring it here. It's the parallel financial investigation, a new concept that we have just been trained on, and already the benefits. In the past 5 years, they are coming towards the tail end of the 5 years. We are seeing the 6 cases that the DPP is confident to take to court. So, police, we know you are going to be bringing more cases. Forfeiture. Okay. Babe Mhlongo, on the forfeiture one, this one is very interesting. We have the prevention. We have the Prevention of Organized Crimes Act that strengthen our asset forfeiture, our asset confiscation forfeiture mechanisms. And I know the law enforcement authorities will be discussing that one in depth later this afternoon. You don't want to go, Babe Mhlongo. I don't want to steal their presentation and their words by answering this question. I know they will answer it. But law enforcement, you will confirm that we had a house we had already seized. And has it been sold? Yes. So you will get your answer this afternoon on this subject. Let's not preempt the presentation.
Thank you, Nofanelo. Now, these are the real issues. The Ngitsi Nofanelo also Pierre is going to take the thunder. There was some noise around poker at some point. And siyayibona threat yethu on drug trafficking. So I will sit here as a supervisor and say I was happy to see the law being administered without fear or favor. But when you push me to a corner, I was saying by Minister of Finance and not comment in front of the fourth estate. But we have seen some development around certain legislation that is going to be much discussed today and some of it tomorrow. We would also want, maybe for recognition, that as we are streaming live, we do welcome the camera streamer and speak to the screen. And say, come closer and touch the screen, you shall be healed. We have our Esamalak, the Eastern and Southern African AML group. We have invited them. The last time when we had our inaugural Indaba, we had the executive secretary with us. They have been very, very tough assessors, which has been demonstrated by our mutual evaluation report. But we are confident that those gaps we have started and we are winning the battle in closing. We do welcome them on the live streaming and also the public as well. I will also open now further. We had this NRA. It would be nice to get maybe the banks or the investment. Yes, that's the bank. Thank you. But the bank will be guided to speak.
Chair, you didn't say that to Mr. Mhlo. Thank you, colleagues, for the presentation. I think we'll reserve the one that relates to law enforcement for the law enforcement session, because we have a number of questions in the banking sector in relation to our submissions which we make to the EFIU. But I want to refer to what Calvin mentioned in his presentation. And I will also link it with what the governor presented in terms of some of the committees and papers that are being formed. So there's the issue of sectors where funds are laundered, and hardwares have been identified, and some other sectors. And I noted that the governor mentioned cash threshold reporting document. When do we look at implementing that reporting to the other sectors, so that in the future we don't have the banking sector carrying that huge percentage of being launderers, while we have identified other sectors? And then there's also the cross-border threats, which was mentioned, and I think it was 85% that was mentioned of transactions between SA and Eswatini. Just to understand, how is that a threat? Because in our understanding, those transactions are performed through the banking sector, and we've got controls in place as much as the national payment system promotes free flow of funds within CMA. And looking at what has been done around implementation of V3 in terms of what information that we need, and also the implementation of ISO. So most of the transactions come from SA and controls are in place. How is that a cross-border threat while there are controls in place? Thank you.
Thanks, Pinda, for that for those two questions. I will take the one on cash threshold reporting. So we have just introduced that reporting, cash threshold reporting. We started with the banking sector. We will be following with the non-bank sectors and then the DNFBPs. So what we have done now, we have just developed the reporting guidelines and the reporting templates. We have also engaged with the banking sector on those guidelines. So what we plan doing really, for now, what we are doing, we are just trying to do a national risk assessment to determine the adequate threshold. Because as we speak now, I mean, a lot of people are questioning the 15%, I mean, the 15,000. They're saying it's quite low, you know. So as we speak now, we are just piloting because this is just a new initiative for the country. Other countries have been reporting this cash threshold. We have seen South Africa increase the threshold from 25 to 50, yet we are sitting at 15 at the moment. So it's just a pilot phase. We're looking at introducing, as soon as we are comfortable with the banking sector, we can then introduce this control to the non-banking sector and the DNFBPs. Probably we're looking before the end of this year, we should be good with we should be good with the correct threshold and then start implementing this, across the industry. So that's how we are looking at it, because at the moment, it's kind of a pilot because this is a new initiative for the country. So before the end of this year, we should roll it out to all the accountable institutions. On the cross-border ones, I will give Nomfanele to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Thank you, Pinda, for the question. First, I will take you to what Pinda has said. He said, with the implementation of V3, V3 is a new system that the central bank has deployed on reporting of cross-border foreign exchange transactions. The system collects all cross-border information. It places a requirement on any institution that facilitates cross-border transactions to report those transactions to the central bank. So we collect all data on cross-border foreign exchange transactions. So the question is, why would transactions between Eswatini and South Africa be a threat? Because we already have systems in place that monitor those transactions, and we have just implemented ISO standards. ISO standards are enhancing compliance with a recommendation that says a transaction must reach its destination with all the information of the origin, the person that initiated the transaction and the beneficiary of the information, as well as the purpose of including their residential address. So in response to Pinda's question, this one is a cross-border threat from an inherent perspective. Without all these controls, we see that if we didn't monitor these transactions and a bulk of our transactions are going to South Africa, we would miss any illicit financial flows, we would miss any proceeds of crimes that are being moved through the financial system. So this is a threat from an inherent perspective, and it means to us, we must then put in place measures to mitigate that inherent threat. Thank you.
Thank you, Nomfanele. I'm debating one question to put you with the ERS on the spot, so I'm not sure where I look. Calvin, you highlighted tax evasion as one of the challenges. We want to believe and understand that the legislation outlines that accountable institutions are to report STRs and how they form their suspicion, which may probably be just circumstantial on their part. In the NRA, how can we bring it up? The CG has just done a something that we never knew could happen, where a taxman appreciates taxpayers and awards them. Now, I didn't get to the bottom of the prices. What were they given for being compliant? Or just a pat on the back. And you're all looking all sneezy in your bow ties, where you are putting tax evasion on the front. What is the NRA? What has it done, and what direction can we get from that around that particular matter?
Thank you, Program Director. There are many ways to respond to you. But I know that ERS is here ready to respond. One thing you could have noted from the presentation is that we had investigations on tax crimes and equal number of prosecutions at 100%. Sorry, at 89%. But what we have noted from the tax evasion is that the financial sector has increased the reporting in that regard. We were seeing typologies on abuse of personal accounts to collect funds related to business proceeds. Yeah, so we have been working on that. I know there's a collaboration between the central bank and ERS as well, because as Pinda has introduced the system, we share these statistics with strategic partners who use this information. If the banking sector has not picked this information, we would have shared the information with the revenue services, with Eswatini Revenue Services, and they will analyze this information and identify in the trends of transactions any tax evasion trends. And you will know that we still operate in an exchange control regime. So there's also a strengthened collaboration between the central bank and the Eswatini Revenue Services, where we also act as a gatekeeper to say, if you are to move funds that require registration with the central bank, you would have also complied with your tax requirements. But I'm not taking away from the tax authority to the revenue services to respond on this one as well.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I'm not sure if I'm preempting, because we're actually presenting on the law enforcement forum after lunch. But basically, Nomfanelo has highlighted that we actually have initiatives in place to ensure that we actually have measures in place to actually counteract any tax fraud-related cases. Maybe worth mentioning as well is the fact that making reference to the national risk assessment, we were actually using qualitative data in coming up with the conclusions of the report. But we are going to get into detail during our presentation, which relates to our legal framework and the other platforms or forums where we actually share information in terms of trying to deal with tax fraud-related matters. But I think I can give my Commissioner General just to say something as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. So clearly, he is delegating up. First, let me thank you, Program Director. You're doing very well in your assignment, and commend the team that has just presented here. Very, very clear. I will just comment on one dimension in your pillars of the strategic plan that you mentioned earlier. You talked about the first pillar was collaboration. It's just to add that in that collaboration, exchange of data, let us look as far as possible in automating the exchange of data amongst the institutions within the country, because the criminals collaborate. They collaborate across countries, across regions, across continents. But what we have not done very well up to now is to talk to each other and share information. We have struggled in the past as the ERS in getting information from sister agencies. So I'm very happy to see that it's in your strategic plan, and I trust that it will not remain there. Ngeke kugcine lapha ephele, but stakuphila, we'll exchange the data. And also to commend the central bank and the banks. We have lately seen interest in validating the tax identity number, and that helps us in making sense out of the data that we'll be exchanging with you. So with that short message, let me say thank you very much, colleagues. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Commissioner General. He gets very automated when he talks about technology, his former life. We have also received from the governor's presentation the challenges on the technical compliance of new technologies. So your comment fits nicely into that and the action plan that has to come from authorities. Lobe kakhulu mekuqaleni nguTempleton Dlamini, investigations with ERS, a former policeman. He walks around nabo zankos, but swafaka isudu. So the question yamaphoyisa beyikahle ayizame abakhulumele bozakwabo.
Thank you, CG. On collaboration, I just want to follow through to the comment you're making on the validating of tax identification numbers. I want to assure everyone in the House and the CG as well that with the system that Pinda just introduced, the new cross-border system that we've implemented, it's the beginning of many journeys on collaboration, CG, and integration, automated sharing of information, because the system has capabilities to integrate with any system. We've already started, CG, engaging with your team. So the validation of tax identification numbers is the preliminary steps towards ease of integration when the frameworks have completed development. So I also urge all of you, if you own businesses or you are within that tax bracket that requires the registration of TINs and payment of taxes, if the banking sector asks for that information, kindly oblige willingly. It's for the benefit of the economy. Thank you.
Because failure too will attract . Can I all take another round of, can we get the roving mic that side to pick up the conversation?
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning, everyone. Oh, it's afternoon now. This one, Program Director, is invited by the discussions next to my senior counsel, and I found it prudent that I pose the question before the panel. So in the morning, Babemnis Governor alluded to the fact that there was this world tool that was used, and people were actually taken somewhere to be actually trained on same, which is fair. Then during Mr. Dlamini's presentation right now, he just alluded to the fact that they then uses certain sources for the NRA. Now, the cause for concern here, I think is, as I understood the question to be, is when you were using now the collection of the data by these different committee members from the 14 modules, was there a separate tool now that was then used to validate this data? Or was it just to take someone into confidence that maybe he's the custodian of that data, we are going to accept it as it is? Now, that poses the risk of basically saying how accurate are the results, and do we have that comfort to say what was given to us is actually a true reflection of the national risk assessment? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question, Mr. Mavuso. Yes, there was quality assurance done to the statistics. As soon as we got those statistics, we had evidence. You know, when you talk about cases, there is evidence. We talked about the different cases. So quality assurance was done. And then, I mean, all these, we call them working papers. You know, when you do projects, there are work papers, the evidence. So it was presented to the technical committee. I mean, there were questions, I mean, sabahlaba, and then they had to redo the work again. So we just want to confirm that there was quality assurance. As flagged again earlier, we also had the World Bank come in country to do the same validation. So yeah, just want to, I mean, bring comfort to you to say the validation was done, that quality assurance was done on the figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. I invited questions. I will give a flow that is Please pause your thoughts. We will get back as we continue with the program. At this point, thank you so much to our presenters. Sizama Davos style. Uyabona sithi nje sikubude ukhulume ne-audience. We'll call you back as we continue with our engagements. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our presenters. Nomfanelo Ms. Sigunene here mentioned the AML strategy, AML CFT country strategy or national strategy. We have a gentleman, a consultant, a very soft-spoken gentleman, Mr. Charles Koredema, who has been trying to talk to everyone concerned on this matter, and we will invite him to the podium. Thank you, Charles. He will lead us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Nchali, the program director. I wanted to connect with this so that I will be able to move the slides along. It's an honor and a privilege to stand in front of such a large and obviously enthusiastic audience. I'm very poor at observing protocol, and I'm not too certain which of the high-ranking dignitaries are still with us, but I recognize the governor, the Commissioner General of Revenue, the head of the FIU, the heads of, or the leadership of commerce and industry who are still present here, and everybody else. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for asking me to be part of the Indaba. I think it's a great event, and it's really a very innovative idea, not just to give effect to the collaboration that we so glibly talk about all the time. This is really a practical way of giving effect to that aspiration to really begin to bring in everybody and not to leave anyone behind in this initiative of combating money laundering, terrorist financing, proliferation financing, and illicit financial flows. Now, in this particular, or on this occasion, you have invited me to talk about trade-based money laundering and illicit financial flows. The assumption is that, of course, they are related, which is partly true, but not completely, not entirely. Have you connected so I can move the slides? I have been introduced as a consultant. That is not my official title. In terms of professional background and training, I'm a lawyer. It's not my first visit to Eswatini or Swaziland. This particular venue, this hotel, has great symbolic significance to me because it was here that I really was roped in to work with the region, the Samlag region in particular, on AML, CFT issues, specifically by Minister at that time, Majosi Stole, and also Minister at that time for Mozambique, Manuel Chang. That name will, of course, ring a bell to some here. Now, they asked me on behalf of the Institute for Security Studies to undertake a typology study for the entire region and to report on it, and then set up a team. I couldn't do it myself. We then did and reported to a SAMLAG. So I really take great credit in producing the first typologies report on money laundering for a SAMLAG as a region. I've since gone on to work with the SAMLAG on many other occasions as well. But today, my presentation covers the 6 aspects that you will see in front of you there. Let's move on to the first. What is really the relevance and the context of money laundering and illicit financial flows? And I think it's useful to look at illicit flows and TBML in the context of governance, because it is very important to always remember that we are not just trying to please the FATF or a SAMLAG to impress a SAMLAG, but what we are trying to achieve is to contain activities which are very much connected to governance and development of our various jurisdictions, our various economies. What should governance achieve? There are at least 4 things that governance should achieve: political democratization, accountable management of public affairs, progressive economic management, which is characterized by those dimensions there, sustainable levels of public debt, and fourthly, reduction of inequality in all its various forms. It should really be about the people. In terms of the essence of development, this is what development really should look like. If we are to say we are now developed as a country, the economy should be diversified. The economic growth should address current and emerging challenges such as unemployment, poverty, predatory crime should be reduced. The income per capita should really be growing, and public services should be appropriate and affordable. Let's move on. Tax is, of course, an important player in achieving that, those aspirations of governance. It is the most important sustainable and predictable source of public revenue. Now, illicit financial flows promoted by TBML and other activities degrade the capacity of the state to raise the tax that is needed in order to come nearer the aspirations of good governance and economic development that I've just been talking about. We can move on. Now, I use that sketch. It is derived from the EITI, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, to illustrate that natural resource wealth should be prudently used. But for that to happen, there are certain things that must not happen. If I may use this pointer just to, it won't be able to work. But if you look at the left-hand side of the sketch, the story begins with that, what looks like a mine head there. Now, that is illustrative of a situation where the wealth is expected to be generated from mining. The allocation of rights, a contract is signed in order to allocate which company should have the rights to produce or to mine. At that point, something can happen. There can be corruption in the allocation of that right to mine because some member of the political elite or other has been bribed. Once that happens, certain other things will happen. You can expect that the source of the bribe, the winner of the right to produce or to mine, will try and recover whatever bribe or whatever money they have spent to pay the bribe by doing certain activities. Those include the activities which are productive of what are commonly referred to as illicit financial flows. They will underpay, they'll underdeclare, or they'll falsely declare quality, quantity, destination, and other things of the value of the mineral output. And with what they will have gained, they will be able to commit other things. So the risks which are in the column on the right include lack of capital, inadequate skills, political turbulence. But the three which are of interest to us are the ones which are in red: corruption, criminality, which includes smuggling and money laundering, and illicit financial flows, especially abusive transfer pricing and misinvoicing. We can move on to the next. Now, money laundering happens in three specific environments. It may happen outside the financial system. I think we've already heard about the use of cash-intensive vehicles in order to just park or infuse dirty money into the economy. You buy a public transport vehicle, and you then earn money from using the vehicle, and that money is what finds its way to the bank. Now, the bank becomes involved at a late stage of the system, of the process, too late for it to even relate what is banked to the crime. It may also happen through the financial system, which in trade-based money laundering, it usually happens through the financial system. I think the last question said if there are cross-border transfers which go through the banks, surely they should be safe. With trade-based money laundering, they all go through the banks, and they are not safe. The third one is through transnational trading transactions, which has been trade-based money laundering, which is at the essence of these transactions, has been defined by the FATF. The FATF calls it disguising the proceeds of crime and moving value through the use of trade transactions in an attempt to legitimize their illegal origins or to finance their activities. So clearly, they are proceeds of crime. They are disguised by trade transactions. The attempt or the purpose is so that they look like they are legitimate proceeds. Move on to the next. The question of illicit financial flows. Again, there's been some attempts to define what are illicit financial flows. The most commonly quoted one is the one which emanated from the Global Financial Integrity some time ago. It was adopted by the panel, the African Union panel, which former President Thabo Mbeki led, as illicit financial flows being cross-border movement of assets, which are funds or commodities, that are illegally earned, transferred, or utilized, or to be utilized, in fact, to be more correct, that are to be utilized illegally. As I said, in 2015, when the panel reported at the AU, they adopted the GFI formulation. There's an alternative formulation which perhaps captures the essence of illicit financial flows more accurately. It is attributed to two authors who wrote in 2009 and say these are flows of assets derived from unethical or immoral business transactions or practices, and that have a negative direct and indirect impact on the economy of a society. So there's the essence of ethics and immorality. Both of them are sort of very potentially controversial, borderless concepts, controversial in the sense that people can differ as to what is ethical, what is unethical. They may also differ as to the morality of trade, what is moral and what is immoral. But let's just park that definition for a while. We'll see how it is practically translated into the reality when we look at some of the case studies. If we can move on to the next. How do funds become illicit? Before I turn to that question, the conceptualization illicit financial flows, it talks about two phenomena there. There is the movement of the funds. Is that what is illicit, or are the funds themselves illicit? There's no global convention as we speak as of now. The United Nations is expected to come up with something. I think last November there was a meeting and the General Assembly passed some sort of resolution which gives us some hope that there will be a global convention which will shed light as to exactly what it is. Is it illicit funds or is it movement? You see, the GFI talks about is the flows, is the movement. It's the movement. But it also says something about the nature of what is moved. But how do funds become illicit? The first way, first form of illicitness is this link to proceeds of crime. If there are proceeds of crime or corruption, the funds themselves are illicit. The second is by reason of the methods which are used to produce them or to move the funds, by reason of the movement of the funds, which assumes that the funds may originate as licit, lawful, but when they are moved unlawfully, then they become illicit, in the same way as funds that are illicit by reason of the first category. The techniques, what are these reasons? The techniques which are legal, such as the use of shell companies or companies resident in secrecy jurisdictions, the techniques may infect what makes the funds illicit, or the techniques used may be illegal, such as false invoicing. And misinvoicing is indeed a brand of false invoicing. If we can move on to the next. There are three main broad categories of drivers of illicit financial flows. At the center being corruption, which includes collusion of all forms of collusion, bribery, which is the most common form of corruption that we know, and then outside of that circle, criminal activities, including commodity smuggling, especially transnational organized criminal activities. They are also a huge contributor to illicit financial flows. And then the bigger, or the biggest contribution, illicit flows emanating from illicit transfers and trade-based money laundering. According to the report of the AU high-level panel, 65% of illicit financial outflows from the African continent can be attributed to trade-based money laundering activities. Now, when you look at the national risk assessment that is in its concluding stages here, to what extent does it accommodate that 65% contributor to illicit financial flows? Even taking into account it was not a risk assessment on illicit financial flows, but it just gives us the impression that there is further ground still to be covered. In that respect, it's encouraging that in January you set up, or an illicit financial flows committee was set up here. Hopefully that committee will move the process of getting a risk assessment which includes illicit financial flows as a threat and examines the vulnerabilities to illicit financial flows. Let's move on. These are sources of illicit funds relevant to Eswatini based on the NRA, drug trafficking, corruption in the exploitation of resources, corruption in public procurement, tax evasion, smuggling, fraud, illegal migration as well. It's a big, big contributor, and it will be very much relevant to Eswatini, which is not to say that the proceeds end up in Eswatini, but the proceeds are generated by illegal migration, which touches on Eswatini. If we can move to the next. We can come back to these because some of them will be controversial and people will want to take me to task on any one or more of them. Can we move to the next slide? I've been given 1 hour, which the last panel ate into. So now I have to fire at you almost like I'm holding a machine gun. Normally, this discussion would take us at least 2.5 hours. When I used to talk about ifs at the University of the Western Cape, we would need at least 2 days for just the introductory sessions, but we'll try and compress, but hopefully in the course of the next 2 days, we can come back to this. The next slide just sets out some key concepts which are relevant to trade-based illicit financial flows. It's important to understand them because they are all, they recur, they come back again and again. MNC, what is a multinational corporation? It is registered operating in more than one country at a time, also called a multinational enterprise, a transnational corporation, or a global corporation. The headquarters are in one country, but it operates wholly or partially owned subsidiaries in other countries. The transactions which are susceptible to abuse include the import and export of commodities, which we know very well, the costing and pricing of services. The AU panel steered clear of that second category and said there's not enough data on this, so we won't do anything about it. That does not suggest that no one is doing work on illicit financial flows through trade-based cheating in costing of services. What services are we talking about? Management, IT, intellectual property rights, which include trademarks, brands, know-how, goodwill. The costing of goodwill is a very popular way of, in fact, creating value and moving value across different jurisdictions. Intra-group financing, one of the case studies will demonstrate to you how intra-group financing has been, and I would argue, is still being abused in Southern Africa to actually move value illicitly from African economies to economies based, to companies headquartered in Europe. Trade financing, then trade misinvoicing. It happens every time when the quantity, the quality or value of exports or imports differs from what is declared to the authorities. What is declared is one value, but the true, actual, objective value is something else. It means there has been misinvoicing there. Base erosion and profit shifting, which is often just described by its acronym BEPS. What it simply means is you're diminishing taxable income by transferring it to a different jurisdiction. So you're moving it from the place where the money is actually made, which is the source, and you are transferring it to the place where the recipient company is tax registered. So you're moving it to a residential tax jurisdiction from the source jurisdiction. That is base erosion. Mirror trade statistics, when you compare the value declared at the point of export with the value which is declared at the point of import of a particular commodity, if there's a disparity there in the two figures, and you cannot explain that disparity by reference to the cost of insurance, cost of freight, and other legitimate reasons why there may be that difference. If it's inexplicable, then what you probably have is illicit financial flow. You move to the next, please. Then the question of transfer pricing between related companies doing business with each other. The price of transactions should, there is a certain price that is charged. That price should be equal to, or at least have some sort of resemblance to the price that would be charged between unrelated companies. If there is such a big overpricing or underpricing between two related companies, then you have a transfer mispricing position. Arm's length principle, which is the standard that is used to compare the transfer price charged between related companies with the price that would be charged between independent companies dealing at arm's length. Then beneficial owner, I think that has already been defined. I won't spend time on that. Then there's a question of double or multiple taxation. The current global tax regime purports to have been crafted or refined in order to avoid double or multiple taxation. The argument being that you should not discourage investment by taxing entrepreneurs at more than one place. You tax in the source country, you tax in the destination or the residential jurisdiction. Then you discourage business because it becomes too expensive. So double taxation would be the overlap of a tax liability of a company in two or more jurisdictions. And that can happen in a multinational corporation setting. I won't define predicate crime. I think we are all familiar with that, what that means. All these terms will be important when you look at the case studies. If we can move on. The first of the case studies being that one, you may have heard or read or viewed the investigative journalistic piece by Al Jazeera on the gold mafia. It revolved around transactions emanating from my country of origin, Zimbabwe. I'm sure it's not the only gold mafia in Southern Africa. I'm sure there's probably another little gold mafia in Eswatini as well. But this case just illustrates how the gold mafia and similar structures operated and milked resources. Now, it's in the context of extractive products. It begins with, on the left-hand side, entity A. There are a number of entities there. Entity A, entity B, C, entity D. We just say entity D, and then there's a head office. The assumption in this is that these are all related entities. They are related companies. At the point, entity A is where it begins with the procurement of the commodities that are going to be smuggled out of the country. They could be from artisanal small-scale miners. They could be from proper registered mines. They could be from the zamazamas. They are collected from a variety of sources. They are then put together, and they are passed on to entity B. Entity B's responsibility is just to handle the exports and make sure that the commodities are exported. In this case, they are being exported in their semi-refined state. They're not entirely refined. They are going to be refined subsequently. Entity B is also responsible for passing them on to the cargo handling entity, which is C. Entity C undervalues the exports or conceals them completely, doesn't declare. They are just smuggled out, either aboard a cargo ship or on an aeroplane. With the gold mafia, I think they used one of the well-known airlines, Emirates. So they're just going out by air. Once they get into a foreign jurisdiction, they are then sent to the refinery in entity D. They are refined and then disposed of. They are sold. The proceeds are deposited into offshore accounts. They may, or some of the proceeds may find their way back to the local jurisdiction, to entity A and entity B. Of course, there are people, operatives that need to be paid there. As we saw in the gold mafia case, there were many operatives to be paid, including some who are fairly highly placed in the political establishment. We can come back to this, but the lessons are on the next slide. If we move on to the next slide, the lessons are the acquisition of the minerals themselves could be tainted with illegality. If there is illegal mining there is illegality. The exportation could also be tainted with illegality. There's an under-declaration or concealment. So if there is any tax which is payable there, it's not paid, or much less is paid than what should be. the sale of the refined outputs may appear legitimate. It may appear legitimate because it's happening in another jurisdiction, not the jurisdiction of source. So the end jurisdiction will have no clue that there's any illegality which was attached to the acquisition or to the commodities being refined. Some of the proceeds may then be used in funding further criminality. They will invariably be so used if the enterprise wants to continue into the future. So they want to continue to procure more and more products or commodities for refining and for generating new wealth. The uses are limitless. In our part of the world, the funding of electoral politics is rife with opportunities for funding of this nature to be directed to fund politics back in the country where the commodities emanated from. If you talk to Kenyans, they will not have forgotten about the so-called golden bag scam. It happened some time ago. I see one of the operatives of the golden bag is now active in Zimbabwe. He's at the center of the gold mafia. He was acquitted. I don't know how he was acquitted. Kenya owes us an apology. Tax evasion is evident. It runs right through the whole setup. Tax evasion is evident. So what I said about tax being eroded or taxation capacity being eroded stands very, very true when you're talking about this kind of setup. Can we look at the next slide? But I would want you to bear in mind that this is illicit financial flows through offshore jurisdiction, offshore financial centers. It is based on a true story. It happened in Namibia. To understand it, you just have to bear in mind there are 4 companies involved here. There are 4 companies. And the second layer there shows you there's one company called Pacific Andes Resources, another called Atlantic Pacific Fishing, and another called China Fishing Limited. If you look at the countries in which each of those companies is registered, it already begins to ring a bell. At least 2 of them were registered in secrecy jurisdictions. We don't even have to research. British Virgin Islands is a secrecy jurisdiction of note. Bermuda is also. Then the 4th company is called Brandberg, or was called Brandberg, registered in Mauritius. The Mauritians don't agree they're a secrecy jurisdiction. We all know they are. We all know they are. They're a member of a SAMLAC, so we try and be nice and say, you may or may not be. Are you now a secrecy? Oh, no, we are off the grey listing. They always remind us. But at the time that this happened, they were grey listed. Brandberg, Mauritius. The importance of these 4 companies that they were used in order to milk funds from the Namibian economy, or funds which would have accrued to the Namibian economy, and send them off to Mauritius. The reason for that was the difference in the taxation rate applicable at that time. Whereas Namibia would have required 32% corporate tax, in Mauritius it was between 3% and 15%. Depending on what you did with the books, it could be 3%. If you are feeling happy, it could be 15%. But in both instances, what was due, what would be paid as tax would be a small proportion of what would have been paid to Namibia. And the scheme basically revolved around a joint venture. The Namibian company was Atlantic Pacific, entered into a joint venture with Pacific Andes, which was the Bermuda company. In terms of that joint venture, they then said, we will set up a company in Mauritius. And then through that Mauritian company, we will make sure that there are no resources. Remember what I said, the base erosion. We transfer the taxable income out of Namibia to Mauritius. Then no sooner has the Mauritian company been set up than it enters into an agreement with China Fishing Limited. And it hires a boat, a fishing vessel from China Fishing, at a rate which was outrageously expensive. So you will pay this much $31,700 per day for using the fishing vessel, right? Brandberg also is given certain rights to manage. It conducts the management for the joint venture between Pacific and Atlantic, and it also runs the payroll. As if it's so difficult to manage a payroll in Namibia that it has to be done in Mauritius for activities that are happening in Namibia. Colleagues, I mean, you just see how that happens. We can come back to the story, but the result of this was that periodically, over a period of time, the joint venture company was in fact running at a loss in Namibia, which does not mean that the directors, the beneficial owners, were also running at a loss. They were making tidy profits, but the company itself was running at a loss. It's characteristic of illicit financial flows situations. Move on to the next case study. Here is one to which you will be able to relate. Possibilities of illicit flows in global value chains, source and residence jurisdictions. This is a little bit more complicated than the last one, but in that it involved a much bigger range of companies. In Swaziland, as it was then known, the company will have showed up as Ubombo Sugar Limited. But the parent company was in fact Associated British Foods, PLC, with its headquarters in London. Below it was ABF Investments PLC, also in London. Below them were two other companies, ABF Overseas Limited and British Sugar PLC. Those were, and I've put all those which were resident in the UK in red. Below them now comes the South African registered, the South African companies. There's Ilovo Sugar, RSA. There's East African Supply in SA, Ilovo Sugar Holdings, Mauritius, Ilovo Project Services, Jersey. And then below that level is yet another level with a company registered in Mali, Societe Sucre, Ubombo Sugar, here in Swaziland, Macagra, Akusa, Mozambique, Sukoma Holdings, Mauritius, Kilombero Holdings, Mauritius, Ilovo Sugar Corporation, Netherlands, Ilovo Sugar Marketing, Mauritius. And then below that was yet another level, which had Ilovo Sugar in Malawi, had Kilombero Sugar Company in Tanzania, had Zambia Sugar in Zambia, had Ilovo Sugar in Ireland. What raised problems about this happened in Zambia. It was an arrangement between Zambia Sugar and Ilovo Sugar Ireland. In that, Ilovo Sugar Ireland was specifically there just for the purposes of funding the other companies within the group. So the loans would be raised by Ilovo Sugar Ireland. It would be the one which would borrow from the big banks and from the other sources of finance, and then lend to any one of the subsidiaries which required capitalization. So they capitalized, in this case, Zambia Sugar for building a new sugar mill. But the repayment rate, of course, they borrowed at 2.5%. In other words, Ireland was going to repay 2.5% to the source of the funds, to the bank from which it had borrowed. But Zambia Sugar was going to pay at 7.5%, whatever it had been advanced to it by Ireland. And then, in terms of a double taxation agreement between Zambia and Ireland, there was no withholding tax which Zambia could charge on the repayment of loans by Zambian enterprises to related subsidiaries elsewhere. So Zambia Sugar was in fact was being used to milk income that would have accrued to the Zambia Revenue Authority, going to Ireland. And you know, Ireland is also a secrecy jurisdiction. The rate of tax payable in Ireland was super low compared to what they would have paid in Zambia. So at the end, Zambia Sugar ran not so profitably, just survived. They just broke even. So there was nothing to pay to the revenue. So each time the tax collectors came, they said, sorry, we got nothing for you here. Same as last year, same as the previous year. So for many years, it ran just like that. The story is similar to that of Glencore and Mopani Copper Mine, also in Zambia. Glencore was the mother, the holding, the headquarters of Mopani Copper Mines. They're still talking about it in Zambia. What Glencore organized was a contract in terms of which Glencore was the only customer of Mopani Copper Mine. So they could mine as much as they pleased, work as hard as they could make those miners work, but the only customer was Glencore. There was an agreement with Glencore in terms of which the costs of freighting any copper ore from Zambia, the cost of insuring it, and other related costs were to be borne by the copper mine, not by Glencore. So in the end, the costs that Mopani was bearing were so heavy that it could not be expected to run profitably. And it did not run profitably between 2006 and 2010. Now, the authorities began to smell a rat and commissioned an independent audit by Grant Thornton, which found so many irregularities were happening, which had hollowed out taxable income from the copper mine, or going as expenses to trade. That is trade-based money laundering. If that doesn't really qualify as illicit financial flows, I don't know what does. I can't remember anybody at Glencore being taken to task, at least not immediately. Subsequently, in 2020, the Zambia Revenue Authority managed to get an award in the sum of 13 million US dollars, which was nothing compared to what Grant Thornton actually estimated as what had been illicitly transferred out of the Zambian economy, out of Mopani copper mines alone. Wow, I'm almost getting to the end. Can we move on? There are policy issues that arise there. What are they? Corporations will legitimately argue that there are good reasons for distributing their business presence across the world in different jurisdictions. They will do so to optimize business, to create value, and for improved competitiveness. Sometimes it's easier to raise money if you have a presence in a certain jurisdictions, for example, the United States. If you are there, that's where the big money lenders play. So you'll be able to raise money. So it makes sense for you to position a subsidiary there which raises money and then distributes to other subsidiaries. The balance now of taxing rights between source and residence jurisdictions is very fragile and very contentious. The current prevailing global tax, international tax architecture was crafted a long time ago. If history serves me right, it was in the post-Second World War era, just post-1945. Soon thereafter, decolonization started. And the same colonial powers were at the center of developing that international tax architecture, which came up with double taxation rights, which came up with this ability to spread a company among so many jurisdictions. But it is a global tax architecture which is long overdue for reform. It is within the capacity of countries to at least shape policies to impact on that unfair, on the unfair implications of the global tax architecture. But let's move on. We'll come back right at the end on the challenges. Glencore will move on, but Glencore, that sketch just shows you the figures, the numbers. The auditors estimated more than 100 million, but ZRA only got away with 13 million US dollars. Move on to the next. The Danza Group is something that you may also be able to relate since you have a timber industry in Eswatini. The Danza Group was active in the DRC and in the Republic of Congo next door. They were in the business of harvesting timber. So they had subsidiaries. They had a subsidiary which was in the DRC and Congo, which was called Interholco AG. In DRC they existed as a Sifoco, which was selling wood to Interholco. Interholco was linked to Danza. But the price now at which Sifoco was selling wood to Interholco was a fraction of what it should have sold the wood to. Once, of course, the wood was processed and converted into this nice-looking furniture here, the real prices really came up. But by that time, they were well outside the reach of the tax authorities in the DRC. So easy money, easy money. Let's move on to the next. What are the common indicators, the red flags? And they have developed over time. Now we know because there have been so many instances. The case studies run into hundreds of case studies around the world. Even on the African continent, you'll be able to get prominent case examples out of every country. If you have a network of associated companies which are related to each other, in which the bulk of business transactions by value or volume are intra-group, in other words, most of the companies are they are just trading with each other and not outside of the group. Most of the intra-group transactions are occurring under controlled conditions. And when you say controlled conditions, relating to quality, fees, and prices. So the pricing is managed, is set. It's not at arm's length. They're not free to just charge to other subsidiaries what they would get on the open market. They will charge a price which is determined by head office. Thirdly, which shares an identifiable structure that manages the network to set prices and to determine the distribution of costs, which has at least one subsidiary tax resident in a favorable tax jurisdiction. These tax havens and secrecy jurisdictions. The presence of at least one of the companies in a secrecy jurisdiction is usually the best giveaway. That here you can expect that there will be trouble and expect every transaction to be suspicious. But the volume of transactions, for them to report as suspicious is what may cause you headaches. In which income accruing to the subsidiary tax resident is disproportionate to its contribution to the productive activities of the group. Yes, because, and that is very easy to tell. In the case of Brandberg, if you went to the offices of Brandberg in Mauritius, there was only one employee who was responsible for answering the telephone, responding to business inquiries. They did not need more than one employee. There was hardly anything happening there, except that money was coming there. So if you look at the income that is accruing to the subsidiary in the secrecy jurisdiction, and you compare it to its economic presence, that usually tells you that the disparity is so huge, it can only be explicable on the basis that it is to be used to warehouse illicit flows. Those are the common indicators. Let's move on. Again, now the challenges are that the data that is required to appreciate that there are illicit financial flows is not easily accessible. This happens in closed environments in which the multinational corporation is pretty much generating the data and keeping it to itself. Some of the data is falsified data, other it's correct at some point. But to have access to that data is not always easy. And then the mandates to be diligent to illicit financial flows are not always clearly allocated. Now we're talking about the public authorities, our competent AML CFT authorities. The mandate to say who should be diligent to illicit financial flow is not always clearly articulated. Is it the commercial banks which have obligations to sniff out and report suspect transactions? Is it the revenue authorities who are able to conduct pointed tax audits where they suspect that claims for rebates are being made on fictitious or false grounds? Is it the police? Is it the Anti-Corruption Commission, which is supposed to look at it as an act of corruption? The mandates are not clearly delineated in respect of these illicit transfers, not the same way as money is derived from criminality or corruption, straight as we understand it. So there we need to do some work. Where they are mandated, the institutions may lack the capacity. They may not be able to do it. I mean, we're talking about the shortcomings with parallel financial investigations. When you're talking about illicit financial flows, then the shortcomings are likely to be even more glaring, because now you need not just somebody with the conventional police investigation training, but somebody who is actually able to preempt and to look at networks and to be able to profile from just looking at the networks, where are the questionable transactions likely to be happening, so that they go direct there. The national policy priorities may not be coherent. Some countries are afraid of doing anything about this, lest they scare away investors. Other countries are benefiting from illicit financial flows, so they are not going to do anything. So you have a combination of the won't do brigade. They won't do because they can't do it. It's too difficult, or it will scare away investors. Then they won't do because then they would lose their bread and butter. The secrecy jurisdictions have set themselves up to benefit from illicit financial flows. If you make that statement in Mauritius, then you'll be deported. You set up a whole structure which is called the global center, where companies register that do not have an economic presence in the country. Certainly, the intention is to benefit from the funds that accrue to companies registered there in one way or the other, either through tax or through the fact that they'll be able to generate employment. There's no other reason. Some institutions may be compromised through corruption or criminality. Corruption is a big thing. If the multinational corporation thinks that it will be discovered or wants to protect itself from being discovered, the easiest thing they'll do is they'll corrupt the potential sources of detection. They may corrupt the revenue service, they may corrupt the politicians themselves, and usually it's easiest to corrupt the politicians because they are always hungry for money, especially those who are politicians by election. Their tenure is limited, so they've got only a certain amount of time to make hay. And they'll make hay by all means, fair or foul. So they corrupt the politicians. Alternatively, criminality. They can actually threaten. They can use blackmail to make sure that they are not, in fact, intercepted. Glencore survived for quite some time with this kind of shenanigans, even after Grant Thornton had reported. Grant Thornton reported in 2009, was it 2010? But only 10 years later, in 2020, did the Zambia Revenue Authority get anything. Now, there were changes of government between 2010 and 2020. One of the governments that came in, one of the administrations that came in, did nothing against Glencore, did absolutely nothing. We don't know why, whether they thought Glencore did not owe anything. Other people have offered less charitable explanations and say some people were on the take. I think the slide which comes now, or the next two are the last. Yeah, harmful tax competition between countries impeding cross-border collaboration are the challenges that are set out there. One, there's tax competition. Like I said, there are beneficiaries of illicit financial flows and they are losers. They are losers and winners. The winners are not interested. Establishing a balance between protecting tax bases while encouraging foreign direct investment is always, don't scare away investors by appearing to be too finicky about every multinational corporation. The arm's length principle is inadequate sometimes, and I think Commissioner General, you will agree with me, the arm's length principle is outmoded because some companies are monopolies within themselves. If it's Boeing and all their manufacturing parts for their aircraft, then you say arm's length, you want to compare the price that they charge for a valve for a Boeing 747 with a valve charged by Airbus. They'll say, no, but those are different things. Controlling the exercise of discretion in the taxation of greenfield investment. I won't go too much into detail of that. Again, we don't have a universally accepted definition of illicit financial flows yet. There is still that debate which is going on. The double taxation treaties are invariably still based on a global tax system or regime that is outmoded, and that has become part of the problem. We have almost, when I consulted for the African Legal Support Facility, and we were working with a number of African countries, every time when they say, we have a double taxation agreement between Guinea, Conakry, and France, we suspected something. Said, show us the DTA. And it was very strong on clauses which made sure that the taxing rights were all held by French-based companies, none by Guinea-based subsidiaries. So the taxation treaties themselves have become a big issue. And some tax treaties are not between the source, between the countries that are really relevant. So in the Associated British Sugar scenario, you won't find a double tax agreement between Zambia and the United Kingdom. It was between Zambia and the Republic of Ireland. But what does the Republic of Ireland have to do with Zambia? It was because a subsidiary was located there. So it is almost like the tail wagging the dog. The double tax agreement is crafted because the multinational corporation has decided to locate its subsidiary in a particular jurisdiction. And most of them are with secrecy jurisdictions, the DTAs. Let's move on to the next. What is happening? Well, there are certain initiatives that are happening now in sub-Saharan Africa, especially the non-governmental organizations have been very, very active. They have really been central to driving this pressure for countries to do something about trade-based money laundering facilitated illicit flows. The Global Financial Initiative, Tax Justice Network, Financial Transparency Initiative, the EITI, they've all been very active. The African Tax Administration Forum has also been active of late. Anti-corruption agencies have also caught on to this. And some of the development financial institutions, including the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the OECD, which is a collection of the former colonial powers, has also been, strangely, very active in this area. They have come up with all sorts of initiatives. I'm a member of the task force on illicit financial flows for the Pan-African Lawyers Union. We, as a task force, are very suspicious of the OECD. We never get invited to their forums. We don't invite them to ours. We are aware that we have been lobbying actively for the United Nations to grow up and take up its responsibility and wean the OECD from taking a leadership position on this. The FATF is almost like a subgroup of the OECD. So we're also suspicious somewhat of the FATF. And I say something about the FATF, if you move on to the next slide, about the FATF. How useful is the FATF? Next. Yeah, that one there. The essence of the FATF processes, if you look on the left-hand side, is that they promote the ratification of global convention conventions targeting activities predicate to money laundering, okay? They encourage the establishment of infrastructure conducive to tackling TBML, such as the FIUs, the reporting entities, supervisory bodies, law enforcement, the courts, and so on. They respond to the evolution of knowledge on risks and enablers of TBML. They are useful to that limited extent. Going beyond that, I have my doubts. The responses which are actually required, and this is where the bar for TBML IFF really is that what is required are global instruments targeting the drivers and enablers of illicit financial flows, and for the first time, begin to target the multinational corporations or practices within to say, these are suspicious transactions. If this is happening, then it should be reported. Reported to the FIU. Let's broaden the mandate of the FIU. Global instruments to facilitate reparations. And this OECD will have nothing to do with reparations. We know that historically there is so much which has happened because these global corporations were set up after 1945. Even before 1945, there was a lot of money that had been stolen from the African economies. Post-1945, with these MNCs, money was even stolen. For every year, you can actually quantify what was lost. There is the debate of how extensive should asset recovery actually go. Should it just be recovering assets of a house in Swazi National Land, or does it go to a house in London or in New York or in Paris? The FATF will not want to talk about this. This is historic. Asset recovery, right, current. And then finally, the linkage of global conventions to sustainable development goals. That is also not FATF territory. For that reason, my conclusion is that the FATF processes, they are inspired by OECD initiatives. They offer inadequate responses to illicit financial flows. They are essential, but not adequate. Those are my concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. The intelligence guys from Aris Royal Eswatini Police, they need to be close to this man. He seems to be shaking the trees, and we need to know his movements in the kingdom. He has surely opened up a lead, and I'm contesting now on time. In an effort to ensure that we have a full house after lunch, I would propose a break here for lunch. It was supposed to be at 1 p.m. and we're at 15:15 now. We go outside, we dish, we come back to our tables, and hopefully we'll still maintain the 45 minutes, or if I'm lucky and I have your grace, your good graces, we'll commence at 2 and put this gentleman on the spot. But he's an attorney, as he has already said, so I have no confidence that we're going to extract much out of him. But we'll give it a chance. Thank you. the discussion on illicit financial flows and trade-based money laundering. We are going to just have some reflections on that part. His presentation has also played to the theme of today and tomorrow's session, which is countering illicit financial flows to promote sustainable economic growth. He has done some good justice, if I may, into trying to bring the practicalities of money laundering in our everyday lives. He has shared with us 2 or 3 case studies that have jolted and triggered our thinking, and I will hope that the contributions or concerns that come from the floor will also do justice to that. Pindamandla here has highlighted that banks are safe and all that. We are going to put that to the test and challenge him on what multinationals are in the perspective of illicit financial flows. I will then open now the floor to contributions, or I term this one, it is generally known as the graveyard shift. In Mexico, I don't know if it still happens, you take your meal in the afternoon and get under your desk and allow digestion to happen. Unfortunately, this guy, we have to deport him as soon as he finishes his contributions, otherwise I will be called to areas that I don't like going to. Who do I put on the spot? Okay, Charles. It's either you went over our heads or we are not that much brave enough to call you out on your investigative work. In any case, most we are not asking questions directed to your principals this time. Yeah. Oh, yes. Can we have the microphone to Mr. Mavuso on the far left?
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon to everyone. My one is partially a concern or a question. Let me say it's a question. When you were discussing the slide wherein you were discussing the BlackBerry and CAN, those one of those instruments that you actually develop and you have to actually factor in certain things. Now, one of the things that I heard you mention was the issue of morals as one factor that you actually take into account when you come out with such instruments. My concern is how so, because morals are heterogeneous. So the behavior of certain communities will vary. For example, I'm told some of them, whether it's Arabs or the Asian community, you do not, when you lend someone, when you advance credit to someone, you do not bring it back with change, with interest. So to me, that is a different kind of behavior. And it basically says something in the manner in which society will actually behave and react to a certain financial transaction. So why use a heterogeneous factor to try and standardize certain practices? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I did warn that the Blankenberg formulation, it's not really part of global law. It's an alternative to the GFI definition of illicit financial flows, which I think overemphasized the fact that the source or what is transferred must be illegally earned. In other words, it must be rooted in some unlawfulness. What Blankenberg and Kahn tried to do was to say beyond what is criminalized by law currently, there are also other transactions which are equally pernicious or evil or reprehensible, not because they are criminalized by law, but because they are unethical or immoral. And morality, by reference between different countries, that there should be a global, a sort of a universal maximum rate, or minimum rather, a universal minimum rate of corporate tax, so that as between countries you don't have a Namibia, Mauritius shipping vessels story where a company decided to locate a subsidiary to Mauritius because there the maximum tax was between 3 and 15%, whereas in Namibia it was 32%, as a way of reducing tax competition. My response to the Commissioner General was that it's fine, but it's only a minimum requirement, because what multinational corporations are being criticized for is not just that they are running away from taxes in different countries, but their ability to clothe different income transfers in these fancy labels like management fees, IT, branding rights, logo fees, goodwill, and things like that. That is what we still find reprehensible about what they do. So if the OECD is prepared to go further than that ceiling and also impose regulatory maximums or ceilings on these other little shenanigans, and then I think our criticism of the OECD will be that less radical. That's what I shared with the CG. We can expand on that, because I mean, we can go into so much more detail, because I'm very familiar with what the OECD has been preaching.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles. I will close it here at this point. I was trying to also pick through Slido. There are no comments or questions there at the moment, but I would encourage that as we continue with the discussions today, if a thought pops up, be it a comment or recommendation, or even appreciation to the authorities, do drop it there. It makes us look good when we do our customer perception surveys. It lifts up those metrics. Thank you, Charles. May we give him a round of applause? And thank you, thank you. I will call upon now, as we get into the afternoon session, that deals with parallel financial investigation and asset forfeiture. But ostegela ukuthi lo phoka lobekasiyela lemakhaya usukelaphi, how does it tie with the national agenda? I will invite Mr. Brian Makakula, who is our moderator, to direct the proceedings from this point forward. Thank you.
Ensure that I'm covered. May we have our panelists up on the stage, please? My ladies are down. Yeah, down. Are we all here? J- Ladies and gentlemen, I'll introduce myself. I'm Brian Makakula from the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. Thank you, Program Director, for giving me this mic for purposes of this session. I will be dealing with parallel investigations as well as the asset forfeiture. We will have two main presentations relating to parallel investigations and asset forfeiture. And then there will be smaller presentations relating to the REPS, ERS, as well as EFIU. The way we'll do it, we'll start with the longer presentations, and then we will move to the shorter ones. But before I do so, I would like to introduce our panelists. Financial crime investigation, and has also been trained as an assessor for the FATF standards. He has been involved in corruption, fraud, and associated ML in the public sector typology. Mr. Lamini. Next to him is Mr. Dube from the Royal Eswatini Police Superintendent. He has been trained on asset forfeiture investigations in Botswana. He has also been trained in money laundering and has attended also various online courses relating to money laundering. Dube. His rank is a superintendent. Then we have from the DPP's office, Ms. Elsie Matsebula, who is Principal Crown Counsel. She has the honor of being the first head of the Asset Forfeiture Unit in Eswatini. This is the training she has undergone. It's various training on forensic investigation, strategy, and process. This was conducted by UNODC. She has done also asset recovery training, covering the principles and drafting. This was conducted by the NPA of South Africa. She has done financial investigation in illicit wildlife trade, asset management, trained a trainer of process of crime recovery training. She has also done various online trainings, effective asset recovery by UNODC, ARINSA, and UCT. She has done financial investigations, understanding money laundering, and the advocates' cause in relation to money laundering. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Elsie Matsebula. Then we have from the FIU, Ms. Tinegile Mavimbela, who is a senior analyst under the Monitoring and Analysis Unit. She is an AML CFT specialist. She is a trained assessor as well on the FATF standards. She has undergone various training relating to AML and CFT. Ms. Tinegile Mavimbela. Then the gentleman on the extreme left, Mr. Lamini Templeton from the ERS. He currently holds the position of Director, Intelligence and Investigations. In respect of training, he holds various qualifications in forensic investigation, including BTEC in forensic investigation, advanced fraud examination, anti-money laundering. Mr. Lamini Templeton. Then I'll say lastly, the lady next to our Ms. Matsebula is one of the officers within the Asset Forfeiture Unit, JP. May I give it to you, Mr. Lamini? The first presentation I'll have will be parallel investigations. I'll give this to Mr. Lamini.
Thank you, moderator. Excuse me. I'm done with flu. Will pardon me. As the moderator has actually introduced me, my name is Pektemba Dlamini, but those who are lazy, they call me Peggy. And my task is to give you a presentation on parallel investigation. You know, it's always difficult to make a presentation when you follow other presenters and they've touched upon this topic. And they cited that there's a lack of parallel investigation being conducted in the country. Yeah, it's a tough one. My presentation outline would be as follows. We'll talk about the definition. We'll define what is this monster called the parallel investigation. And we look at the frameworks. When talking about frameworks, we look at those legislations that give us power to conduct our investigations. We also look at the purpose of parallel investigation, the objectives of parallel investigation. And we'll look at the predicate offenses. And then we'll look at competent authorities. When you talk about competent authorities, we are referring to those who are designated to conduct money laundering or parallel investigation. And we talked about delegate specialized units. And you look at the status quo. In that we say we mean what is currently happening. And then we'll talk about the court's attitude. And then lastly, we'll talk about the specialized financial crime courts. The definition of parallel investigation, actually there are about 3 definitions you can choose. But it refers to separate set of investigations being conducted by different investigation units within same law enforcement. That would mean, because as law enforcement agencies, we actually tasked by our legislations. Like myself, I'm from the Anti-Corruption Commission. We are a creature of a statute. That's the statute that mandates us to do our work. We are a law enforcement. Within that law enforcement, there could be those responsible to conduct investigation on predicate offenses. And then there could be those now conducting the financial investigation. It can also refer to investigation being conducted by different state entities into the same set of facts. In some jurisdictions, you find that the predicate offense maybe is being investigated by a certain agent. And then when it comes to issues of the financial investigation, it then being referred to another agent. And lastly, It's referred to a process of speeding up civil and criminal investigation by allowing them to be conducted simultaneously, with information passing freely between both. I think you have seen it, that the asset forfeiture unit, sometimes they make applications in court. That's a civil procedure process. But at the same time, there is the criminal investigation which is going on. That process, it refers to that. And then, when you talk of frameworks, as I've said, we looked at the frameworks, the legislations that give us those responsible powers to investigate those certain crimes. In the list, there is the Constitution. My presentation is being general. It won't be confined to what is happening at ACC. So when I list Constitution, I refer to all the law enforcement. It cuts across all the law enforcement fraternity. The Constitution gives power to the police, which is reps, to investigate any case or to enforce any law in the country. And in that process, they conduct investigation. And then there's the Prevention of Corruption Act, number 3 of 2006. That's another act which actually empowers me to conduct any investigation relating to corruption. It may also relate to money laundering. And it may also relate to racketeering. When I talk about money laundering and racketeering, those are two offenses that you find money laundering in the Money Laundering Act of 2011, as amended by the Act of 2016. And then when you talk about the racketeering, that's an offense you find in poker. That's the prevention of organized crime. And there is also the Eswatini Revenue Authority. That one, it empowers our colleagues, the ERS, because they also conduct parallel financial investigation. And then there's the Criminal Procedure Act, Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act of 1938 as amended. That's like a Bible, because whenever we're conducting our work, we always refer to the CP&E. And then there's the MNL CFT Act of 2011, as amended by the Act of 2016. There's the Prevention of Organized Crime Act of 2018. There's a Separation of Terrorism Act of 2008, as amended by the Act of 2017. And then there is the FATF Recommendation 30 and 31. When you talk about Recommendation 30 and 31, it provides that member states, they should actually designate authorities or competent authorities to investigate financial crime. So Recommendation 30 actually gives that mandate, and hence we've got those acts that actually give us that mandate. It's also Recommendation 31. Next slide. You look at the purpose of investigation, of conducting parallel investigation. This is to establish and identify all beneficiaries of proceeds of crime. It is also to trace and identify assets accumulated from proceeds of crime. It is to inform if there are any prospects of asset preservation and ultimate asset forfeiture. It is also to establish the offense of money laundering. Here, you cannot then jump to money laundering without actually conducting the parallel financial investigation. That is when you are able to identify the offense of money laundering. In relation to terrorism investigations, It is to establish the terrorism offenses and terrorist financing offense at the same time. The objectives of parallel financial investigation, it is to identify process of crime, tracing assets, and initiating assets confiscation measures using temporary measures such as freezing, seizing when appropriate. It is also for initiating money laundering investigations when appropriate. As I've said, when you conduct this parallel investigation, that's where you identify if there are any prospects of money laundering. And it is to disrupt transactional networks and gathering knowledge on crime patterns. We'll talk about competent authorities. The law states here clearly that not everyone can conduct financial parallel investigation. There are certain competent authorities who are actually given that authority to conduct a financial investigation. The ACC is a competent authority to investigate money laundering, but it starts with the Prevention of Corruption Act, where it empowers the ACC to conduct investigation on predicate offense. And then also, the Money Laundering Act of 2011, it also designates ACC as a law enforcement agency to conduct investigation on money laundering. The Prevention of Organized Crime of 2018, it also designates ACC to investigate money laundering or to pursue any prospects of asset forfeiture. Then there is REPS. They are also a competent authority. There is ERS. They are also a competent authority conducting parallel financial investigation. The AML CFT Act of 2011, as amended, I've just said that those two pieces of legislation, they actually give power to the two entities, which is REPS and ACC, to investigate parallel investigation. And the last one also, I think I've said something about the Recommendation 30. Next one. In order to conduct parallel financial investigation, as I've said before, it is important that there are units, investigation on financial crime investigation. It becomes challenging. So that's why it's important that we have the specialized units within the law enforcement agencies. As I've said, it's the Financial Crime Investigation Unit, the Asset Forfeiture Unit. But in doing that, because you can't just overnight or you wake up, you have those units. There must be resources channeled to those law enforcement agencies so that they can be able to establish those units. Next. The status quo. Here we said the Kingdom of Eswatini has been rated low in the implementation of effectiveness in ML, CFT, or TF investigation and prosecution. This is contained in the MER. This is the Mutual Evaluation Report of 2022, because the country was actually assessed in 2021, and the report came out in 2022, where it states clearly that we are low in terms of effectiveness. This is referred to the statistics that we presented to demonstrate if we were effectiveness. I think during the last presentation, they touched that we have got about 6 cases during the past 5 years. Only 6 cases were referred to court. And then out of the 6, only 1 case was actually concluded. And in that case, it was an acquittal. So it says something about the level of effectiveness when it comes to issues of money laundering. The next one, we said, the law enforcement should ensure that parallel financial investigation in all investigations of process-generating predicate offenses are conducted. This is actually contained in the FATF standard, actually in IO7, that is the immediate outcome 7, which is where it expects law enforcement agencies to actually demonstrate that level of effectiveness. Again, we were rated, as I've said, we are rated low, because in all effectiveness, we are rated low. ML activities, and in particular major process-generating offenses, are not adequately investigated and prosecuted. I think that one also, it has been demonstrated by the low number of cases that has been referred to court. And that has actually resulted in failure by the authorities to mitigate the MLL risk identified. You will recall during the presentation by the last, that risk. The country has failed to demonstrate that money laundering cases can be effectively identified with all different types of money laundering, but focus mainly on investigative predicate offense. I think this one also we've touched on it. Next one. When we talk about predicate offenses, there are so many predicate offenses that money laundering can result to money laundering. But for the purposes of this presentation, we looked only at corruption, drug trafficking, tax evasion, fraud, and racketeering. There's also human trafficking and smuggling. We don't talk much about human trafficking, yet there's a lot that is going on there. When you talk of racketeering, that's one offense that is foreign, but it's happening. Because racketeering is when a group of people, or maybe some enterprises, they become a criminal enterprise. What they are doing, they are engaged in criminal activities. It can be a legitimate enterprise, but what they are doing, they are always engaged in criminal activities. So, as a country, we haven't done much in addressing the offense of racketeering. There's also weapons of being trafficked into the country. So again, that also can be a predicate offense because it can result to money laundering. The next one. When you deal, because now we've been rated as a country, and that rating, they actually assessed every stakeholder. Before actually you can be conclusive about the level of effectiveness being demonstrated by law enforcement, you cannot conclude without checking how many cases have been referred to the DPP. And it doesn't end there. You looked at how many cases have been referred to court. Again, we don't just refer to court and it ends there. We looked at the number of cases completed in court. Hence the rating that we got. It was discovered that a low number of cases, I think it was already mentioned, only 6 cases were referred to court for money laundering. Because here we should remember we're being tested on money laundering. So if we talk about the attitude of the court, it doesn't necessarily being placed to court only. We look at what is all the stakeholders are doing, starting from the law enforcement. Are they actually investigating those cases effectively? And when those cases are being brought to the DPP's attention, are they being prosecuted effectively? And then the courts, how much time do the courts take in concluding those cases, if ever those cases can get to the space of courts? But as it is now, we've got a very limited number of cases that have been referred to court. That's the situation. Next one. And then lastly, here we talked about as a way to actually mitigate the problem of not having, of not demonstrating the effectiveness. Maybe we should align ourselves about the recommendation that was made by the high-level mission that was sent into the country in 2015. During that time, we were being assessed in technical compliance. Because of non-action, that mission was sent into the country, and they made recommendations. One of the recommendations was the Kingdom of Eswatini must have a specialized commercial crime court or financial crime court. We haven't seen that. That still hasn't been established, because the thought behind was, if we have that special court, those cases can be speedily tried in court and being concluded. Because as it is now, all the cases, they are just brought to court, same as those cases of violent crime. And again, the prosecutors, they are involved. They can be involved in commercial crime cases, and then also involved to violent crime, to other cases. And that's why it ended up not having a good number of these cases being concluded in court. So that's the status quo with regard to money laundering cases not being seen to be given that attention that actually they deserve. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamini, for the presentation. You've introduced us to the concept of parallel financial investigations. For the sake of orderliness, ladies and gentlemen, I will propose that we proceed to the next presentation, which will be shorter. So if you have any questions, just hold on to them. We'll have a session where we'll take questions. May I, at this point, call upon Superintendent to come up to the stage and make his presentation.
Thank you, Program Director, as well as Moderator. The foundation has been laid first by the Minister during his keynote address, followed by the Governor, as well as my colleague who has just finished his presentation. My job is very easy. It's just to hit the ground running. The gist of the matter here is parallel financial investigation and asset forfeiture. The moderator has said that my presentation will be short. My colleague has already covered the legal framework. There is no need for me to go there, otherwise it will be a repetition and waste of time. I have to address the key topic, parallel financial investigations and asset forfeiture. Why parallel financial investigation? What is the reason behind doing that? As a country, we have been assessed by assessors from SAMLAC, and there was an observation that there was a gap wherein, as law enforcement agencies, we did not pursue a parallel financial investigation. Our focus was only on predicate offense. Hence, there is a need to address that gap. When you talk of parallel financial investigations, what do we really mean? We mean that whenever there is a predicate investigation, my colleagues who are on the investigation of the stock theft, I have to pursue another investigation alongside with that investigation to determine whether is there any financial benefit derived from the theft of the cattle. That's where it comes in. So upon determining that, yes, there is a financial benefit derived from the theft of the cattle, I have to go further and follow the money. What the money has been used for. That is another pillar, the third pillar then. So if the money has been used to buy a Dubai, that Dubai has to be seized, preserved, and eventually forfeited. That is the reason. And moreover, I must say that the issue of parallel financial investigation here in Eswatini is very new. Prior to that, we did not do it. We are still in a learning cave. Another thing we have to the benefit of this parallel financial investigation is to remove wrong role models from society, because criminals have that attitude to gloat. And the young ones will be learning from them and will want to emulate them, which is very wrong. The aspect that education is key, it should be maintained. While doing that, as reps, we do have a unit that is dedicated, I don't know. Yeah, there are menace in society. There are menace in a society, so in order to attack that, we have to hit them where it hurts the most, the pocket, which makes them to be a menace in society. Yes, hit criminals where it hurts the most, that is in their pockets. After I've said that, I think I will bring it to an end, my presentation, and await questions and contributions from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Dube. It was sweet and short, straight to the point, but most importantly, it added flesh to what Mr. Lamine had started with. He gave more information so that we can grasp the concept of parallel investigations. Thank you very much, Superintendent Dube. Now, the next presentation will be from Ms. Matsebula, which will cover asset recovery. May I call on you, Councillor?
Thanks, Program Director. I greet you all, and I will, may I say, all protocol observed. I confirm I'm Elsie Matsebula from the DPP's chambers under the Asset Forfeiture Unit. I hope I'm loud enough, but the mic is doing the work. So I'm here to present to you on this controversial topic, asset forfeiture. I'm in the company of Ms. Yamila, because the topic is, there's lots of controversy surrounding asset forfeiture. So, asset forfeiture, we avoid defining, because when you define in law, the tendency is that they will tie you down to that definition. So for this purpose, or for this session, we have decided to give you the purpose of asset forfeiture. The purpose of asset forfeiture is to fight crime using a civil process. And the reason why we are using a civil process is because we want to deprive criminals the incentives received from crime. The conventional criminal methods of fighting crime, which is the criminal way, the one we are used to, it has become, as in, it has become ineffective and obsolete, in that criminals have sat down and they were able to find a way around the criminal methods of fighting crime. You arrest a guy, you send him to prison. Because, especially for those crimes which are profit-driven, it becomes useless to arrest a guy and send him to prison while he's with a fat pocket. A typical example is the Thabo Bester case. In that case, the concentration was on the heinous criminality, which was rape. But the guy has been committing the crimes. The main reason this guy was committing the crimes is because he wanted to defraud his victims. So he will lull them, then he will end up raping them. But he collected lots of people whom he raped. But he was sent to prison without asset forfeiture taking place. So that's the reason. When he was in prison, he became a king there. So criminal methods of fighting crime, then it was useless. It never saved the justice or the purpose of sending him to prison, because he ended even up avoiding the prison. It's because of the power of his pocket. Asset recovery also is a special function in our society, in that it is the only way we can go against the criminal gangs, the organized criminal activity, and the launderers. For instance, the criminal gangs, they don't go down there. They don't dirty themselves. They will send a small guy. And the only way we will see that they're involved in crime is because of their criminal lifestyles, the posh life they will be living. So we need asset forfeiture to take away, to strip the benefits that they receive from criminality, even though we're unable to tie them down to the criminal activity they are involved in. So I think by this time we will appreciate why we need asset recovery. It supplements the ordinary criminal process. It does not replace it. We have to prosecute, and we also have to recover the benefits and the profits that is received from the criminal activity. So we are mandated by international law to carry out asset recovery. It came from an international level through international conventions. First, it is the Vienna Convention of 1988, Article 5 of that convention, that is the Convention on Drugs. It calls upon state parties to strip the proceeds and take instrumentalities of drug dealing. The other convention is the United Convention Against Transnational Organized Crimes. Article 12 of that convention, it mandates Eswatini to institute asset recovery. Then we have the last convention, which is the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. There are other regional conventions under the African Union as well, which boils down to SADC. We also then have local provisions that mandates us as a country to carry the recovery work. We have because when there is convention law, then we have to domesticate. We have local provisions through the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, that is the POCA. We have the Money Laundering Act, and we have the old act, which is the Pharmacy Act. We've been recovering a lot as the Office of the DPP under the Pharmacy Act. Now I'll concentrate on asset recovery under POCA. I think that most of the time we're utilizing the POCA. That is the Prevention of Organized Crime of 2018 to recover profits of crime. The reason why we're concentrating on this act is because it came with all the provision, the procedures that we require to go with these processes. So the POCA introduces both conviction and non-conviction-based asset recovery. I'll start with conviction-based asset recovery. A convention-based asset recovery, it takes away the proceeds and instrumentalities of crime. It targets only proceeds and instrumentalities. There is no need for a conviction. We go to the property and we ask the property, where are you coming from when it comes to proceed? We talk to the property. The proceedings we take to court, we call them proceedings in rem. We only cite the property. We don't cite any interested party in the citation of the case, because we are targeting the property. We are avoiding a situation where we know who is the criminal, especially where we want to attack an organized activity, a criminal, the head of the criminal gang. We will just go against his assets. You, Posh, where are you coming from? You talk to the court and tell us, where are you coming from? So if the interested party intends to oppose, to say, this is my property, he must then file papers. He will join the proceedings through the provisions that are mandated by the Act. So these are the steps that are involved. We receive the file from investigators. And in terms of the Section 72 of the POCA, we have to receive files from both the police reps and the Anti-Corruption Commission. So we receive the files, we will direct the investigations, and apologies, I think I have conviction based there, but I'm on non-conviction based. Apologies for that. Yes, thank you. So upon receiving the file, we will then direct the financial investigations. We will then move the first stage, which is the preservation stage. We will preserve the property. We will put up an application before court. We will tell the court that there are reasonable grounds. We believe that this property in issue is a criminal property. Then, anyone who is interested, we don't cite anyone there. We go ex parte. We go as the office of the DPP. Anyone interested then is supposed to file a notice of intention to oppose. And the interesting part is that the person, if he wants to participate in the proceedings, he must file the notice of intention to oppose, which is accompanied by an affidavit. Those are the requirements laid down in Section 43 of the POCA. In the explanatory affidavit, he must state why he is opposing, why he is saying the property is not proceed, why he is and the grounds upon which he is supporting his argument. So, if you don't file this affidavit, which will give the office of the DPP the view of the case, whether to proceed to forfeiture or not, then you cannot participate in the coming stage, which is the forfeiture stage. So an interested party, we are mandated to serve interested parties if we know that yes, we are going against this house, but we know that so and so might have an interest in this house. What we'll do, we will serve you with the preservation order and the preservation papers. Then we will file the affidavit. If there is no opposition, within 120 days, the preservation order, it must be advertised in the gazette, in the government gazette. Then within 120 days of advertisement there, we must then file a forfeiture. If we don't file within the 120 days, the preservation order, it lapses, and the whole process, it will fall away. So we then file the forfeiture. We apply to court to have the property forfeited to the state in terms of, it's a requirement of Section 50 that the property must be forfeited to the state. So if no one has opposed, we will go in terms of Section 55 of the Act to apply for the order by default because no one has opposed. If there are oppositions, we will serve any interested party with the forfeiture application, and then they will file We will file all the papers that have to follow for the pleadings to close in that scenario. So, any party who has not participated, who has not been served with the papers, he can variate the order. Anyone who has been deprived by a forfeiture order that the court has granted, he can appeal. And then after that, that is the end of the process. Then the property will be auctioned or be disposed. If it's auctioned, the proceeds, they will go to the criminal asset recovery account, which is at the central bank. The advantages of non-conviction-based asset recovery is that conviction is not a requirement. You may run away from your criminality, but we'll be able to get your assets through this procedure. It is a quick process. It can be finished within the 120 days because it doesn't depend or rely on conviction. It is a civil process. We file the papers, we push them, and then we get the forfeiture. May I go to conviction-based? Conviction-based asset recovery, there's something wrong with the slides. Okay, let me not concentrate on the slide. Conviction-based asset recovery, we recover benefits of criminal activity. In the other one, we recover proceeds and instrumentalities. This side, benefits. So one will ask, what is the difference? A proceed, there must be the property. An instrumentality, there must be the property. But with benefit, then it's wide. It may be a proceed, it may be an instrumentality, or it may be property that is not there. If you steal cash, you utilize the cash. We don't have then the property to recover under non-conviction based. But we want you to pay for the benefit that you have received through the theft. So we will institute conviction-based. Conviction-based is reliant on the conviction. The criminal process must go through, and our defendant must be convicted. Once convicted, then we move an application in terms of section 23 of the POCA. We apply that the court must make an inquiry on whether the person who has been convicted has been involved has benefited from criminal activity. That is, the criminal activity has been convicted of, or any other criminal activity. Meaning, if there is one offense, he is convicted of fraud, then we will look at the fraud. Then we will also look at related criminal activity. We will recover from there. The court, what the court will do, it will assess, it becomes a full audit of the person, of the accused person. He has to answer the question, how he has lived his life in the present day and in the past. We go 7 years back. We collect everything that he has. We put it before court, utilizing the presumptions under Section 27 of the Act. Then we ask questions. We tell the court, he has received this property, he has received this property, he has received this property. Then we are pushing the burden over to him to say this one, it's not from criminal activity. This one, the non-conviction based is just broad because it overhauls the whole life of this person, of our defendant that we bring to court. But it is dependent on the criminal conviction. So the advantages of this one is that it's broad. It cuts across a number of criminal activity, not only the criminal activity that the defendant has been convicted of, we can go to even related criminal activity. Asset recovery, it's not, it doesn't target as in the general public, as in individuals. It only targets property, and it targets criminals. We don't go, if you are a law-abiding citizen, there is no need to, there is no need for alarm. We are only using this tool to fight crime. I know there are concerns that the POCA is doing this, the POCA is doing this. If you are a law-abiding citizen, you will not be. You don't have to worry about asset recovery. So in conclusion, I submit that asset recovery is a required tool to fight crime. I hope I have converted you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Matsebula. I know that this is a very hot topic, and there are probably questions popping out as I speak right now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your questions. I would like to call our next presenter. From the FIU, Ms. Mavimbela. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to you all. My name is Negile Mavimbela, and I am from the Eswatini Financial Intelligence Unit. I will give you a brief overview of the legal framework for the EFIU. Okay, so the Money Laundering and Financing of Terrorism Prevention Act of 2011 provided for the establishment of the EFIU. The EFIU became operational in 2017 as a central government agency for the receipt of regulatory reports, analysis to produce financial intelligence, which is then disseminated to law enforcement agencies. In terms of the regulatory reports, we have been receiving suspicious transaction reports from accountable institutions. We've also been receiving the terrorist property reports, cross-border transactions, as well as border cash declarations. As of September 2022, we have been receiving cash threshold transactions. Sorry, can you go back to the previous slide? Okay, thank you. And then in terms of disseminations, we only disseminate financial intelligence to law enforcement agencies, and this includes RABS, ACC, Eswatini Revenue Services. So currently, our legislation only allows for spontaneous disseminations. So we are currently amending the legislation to enable law enforcement agencies to be able to request information from us. So we do not have a provision that allows disseminations upon request yet. It is needed by the law enforcement agencies. They need to be able to request information from us, and we should be able to share with them so that they are able to proceed with their investigations. Our mandate is to safeguard the integrity of the financial system of the country from illicit use and fighting money laundering and terrorist financing. I think the governor earlier mentioned why it is important to safeguard our financial system. We do not want to risk the possibility of being grey-listed. As a country, we cannot afford to be grey-listed, so we need to do all that we can to ensure that we are complying with, that is, with the TC and effectiveness. Next slide. Okay, in terms of the functions and powers of the EFIU, they are stipulated in Section 31 of the Money Laundering of the AML FTP Act of 2011. In terms of the functions, we we can receive regulatory reports from all accountable institutions. We also analyze the regulatory reports. We disseminate to law enforcement agencies. We also create awareness on money laundering and terrorist financing. We also give guidance to accountable institutions on how to report and filing an effective suspicious transaction report. And then in terms of our powers, we can request for additional information from accountable institutions. So if we have a report that we are working on and we need additional information, be it from a different institution that reported the STR, we are able to request that information. We also have the authority to collect information. In terms of the information, it's not just any information. We only collect what is relevant to money laundering and terrorist financing. So it is not true that the AFIU is sitting there monitoring your account. No, we do not have access to your account. And we do not have the powers to just request for your account. And then the other powers that we have is that of freezing of accounts. We are allowed 5 working days of freezing, and that enables us to collaborate with the law enforcement agencies to assist them obtain court orders. So while they do that, there needs to be freezing of the account, and then after the 5 days, they are supposed to be able to continue with the freezing, but the 5 days seems not to be enough, and we will be requesting that we increase it from the 5 to 10 working days. That is all from the AFIU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mavimbela. Right now, last but not the least, Mr. Lamin, the floor is yours. The good thing that has come out from the AFIU presentation is that the AFIU doesn't have access to the bank accounts. So please, relax. Yeah. Mr. Lamin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are all in one position in terms of understanding and appreciation, or appreciating the fact that the issue of illicit financial flows in Zaba yethu sonke. So I think my task is very minimal. Balingani bami sebapresentile sebakhulumisile lokunengi. Mine is just to emphasize, mhlambe, to close some gaps here and there. Otherwise, this Indaba is very important for our appreciation, because we all have a role to play in terms of fighting this monster called illicit financial flows. And the starting point to solve every problem is the issue of awareness. So I think we do have that appreciation of what is happening on our various spaces, and what roles that we play as different stakeholders. So briefly, from an SIERS perspective, yes, I confirm my name is Templeton Lamini. I'm from Eswatini Revenue Service. Yes, we are Eswatini Revenue Service, not services. Okay, basically, I'm going to give a legal framework in terms of how we actually positioned in terms of, one, the establishment. We basically were established in terms of the Swaziland Revenue Act number 1 of 2008, which actually outlines our responsibility. So this is the outline of my presentation briefly. I'm going to give you, I'm going to highlight on our vision and mission, which talks to the issue of voluntary compliance. And as a compliance enforcing institution, we're actually charged and responsible to actually enforce the revenue laws. And for your appreciation, I'm going to talk to how we are structured or how we deal with compliance issues and the 3 pillars of compliance. Then I've talked to the issue of establishment of the Eswatini Revenue Service. And from where we're sitting, I'm going to talk to the power that we have to conduct investigations. And I'm going to talk to predicate offenses relating to money laundering from our space as the Eswatini Revenue Service. So basically, our vision is to promote voluntary compliance. And the main reason for us to do so is for the better kingdom of Eswatini. Basically, we all know that the issue of tax collection plays a major role in terms of sustaining the economy of every country. So we have a role to play in terms of ensuring that we are compliant to our tax laws to ensure that our country's economy is sustainable. And then our mission talks to the issue of provision of the effective and efficient revenue and customs administration, which is actually driven by a high-performance culture that promotes compliance through fair, transparent, and equitable application of the law. So basically, in a nutshell, that is our vision and mission. Then I'll just draw a picture in terms of, for your appreciation. As the Eswatini Revenue Service, we actually invest time in engaging and educating our taxpayer to ensure that they understand and appreciate our laws. So that is our first step, because the primary premise of this pillar is to actually ensure that the ARS and clients are continually on the same page in terms of the expectation and understandings of the compliance generally. Then the second pillar is to provide service to the clients and taxpayers. Then as a last resort, we enforce. So we invest time to ensure that our taxpayers are educated and provide the service for them to comply. Then I'll talk to the next slide briefly in terms of the compliance model that you actually follow. Okay, the next slide talks to the issue of the model that we follow in terms of enforcing compliance to our taxpayers. As I've stated earlier on, that most energy we spend on educating and as well as providing the service. But we know, we have an appreciation that there are those entities that will decide not to comply. So that's where we are going to, enforce the tax legislation as a last resort. So in the interest of time, I think this slide actually, it's self-explanatory in terms of the approaches that we take. So I've alluded to this slide, that in terms of the law that establishes us as the Eswatini Revenue Service, we have functions, various functions, but I'm going to highlight, just in the interest of time, that one of those functions is to take such measures that are required to counteract tax or revenue fraud and other forms of tax or revenue evasion. So basically, that's where we fit in terms of conducting criminal investigations as the Eswatini Revenue Service. And in our next slide, we highlight briefly the powers that we use, because as an investigator, you must have powers to actually conduct your investigation. So basically, the income tax order gives us powers under those sections, Section 35 as well as 38, and we have our Value Added Tax Act, and we have our Customs and Excise Act. And as we conduct our investigations, we from time to time interact with people who actually, at a later stage, they are referred to as suspects. So we are aware of constitutional rights of every person, and we are expected to actually ensure that we respect our clients as we deal with them, even if they have certain contraventions in terms of the pieces of legislation that we enforce. And our colleagues, or my colleagues, have alluded to the fact that we also take part in the issue of parallel financial investigations. So we also play a part there. So I'm going to talk to other international bodies which we subscribe to. And currently, okay, my colleagues talked about SAMLAC, and we as the Eswatini Revenue Service, we are also taking part in the global forum in terms of exchange of information on request. So currently we are on a process of, we are going to be assessed alongside with other stakeholders to ensure that we comply with the global standards in terms of sharing of information, because sharing of information is key when dealing with any financial crime, which includes tax issues. So according to that particular report or forum, there are preliminary findings that were actually identified, and I'm sure this particular forum, we are going to identify partners to ensure that we close those particular gaps, to make sure that going forward we share information accordingly to deal with illicit financial flows issues. Then these are the predicate offenses. In terms of our income tax order, section 66, the offenses are outlined there. Basically, when it comes to tax evasion, there are different kinds of tax evasion, which includes evading the assessments. An example I will make there is that maybe you would actually hide certain information which will prevent the Commissioner General to come up to the right assessment. So that will be evasion of the assessment. But there is this second part, which is evasion of paying off a debt. Let's say, for example, you have a debt with the Eswatini Revenue Service, and you go for tendering, and they require that you submit a tax compliance certificate, yet you don't qualify. We have noted that some other entities will actually get cooked tax compliance certificates. So that is tax evasion, and it is an evasion of paying a debt, because you won't be in a position to actually get the tax compliance certificate if you have a debt in place. So those are the main forms of evasion. And then there are other offenses under the VAT Act as well, basically from section 55 to section 66. And we have various offenses under the Customs and Excise Act, which actually categorized into serious or less serious offenses from section 78 to 86. And then we also conduct parallel financial investigations, which relates to common law crimes, which include forgery and uttering. And we also play part on those particular offenses as well. And in conclusion, sometimes it's not easy to be a law enforcer. I think my colleagues here can attest to that. And the main plea that we can make before this forum is to request that we get support and buy-in. The previous speakers talked about gaps that were identified during the mutual evaluation and other studies that were done. So let us work closely together to make sure that we close those gaps. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamini. And thank you very much for sustaining the economy of this beautiful kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into the next segment of this session, where we will now be taking questions. But before we take questions from the audience, I have questions myself that I would like to ask each one of our panelists. But before I get there, there has been mentioned that of all the prosecutions for money laundering in the country, there has been no conviction. Those speakers were speaking in the context of the NRA, because the NRA cuts off June 2022. Now, may I report to everyone here that we now have the first conviction. We now have the first conviction in the country. It's just that it falls outside the period of the NRA, and that is why it has not been recognized. But for me, it's really important that we should know that we do have. Yes, so any question that follows from now, please remember, we now have a conviction. Yes, so I will ask then questions that will be directed to the panelists. Then, ladies and gentlemen, please do prepare your questions, if any, so that you will ask them after the panelists have dealt with this. One question each, one question each. Let me start with Mr. Lamini from ACC. He might have touched on this, but he will expand for us. As ACC, how do you feature in issues of money laundering? Mlangen.
Maybe I should stand up. Well, thank you, moderator. I think I've touched on that one. But as ACC, we are a creature of a statute. That is the Prevention of Corruption Act number 3 of 2006. That act, it gives special powers to the ACC. Those powers enables ACC to work or to conduct investigation. I know if now I cite those specific sections, maybe people will start maybe having questions. But I'll give you those sections. Section 11, Section 12, Section 13 of the Prevention of Corruption Act actually gives power to ACC investigators to conduct investigation on corruption. We should remember that corruption is the predicate offense. That predicate offense can result to money laundering. The reason why I'm saying that people maybe will start having questions, we know, and it has been in the papers, that those sections were declared unconstitutional. The application for an arrest warrant was brought in terms of Section 13 before court. And then during the course of when they are conducting their investigations, there is that immunity. But when it comes to Section 11 and 12, those sections gives power to ACC to actually compel any stakeholder to actually assist us on investigation, more especially to produce certain documents, certain information for the purpose of investigation. That is Section 11 and 12. But which section arresting a person without the involvement of the court. And then also, when we want to conduct a search, we also have to visit the court. Those are the sections actually gives us power. But when it comes to money laundering, I've said it before, the Money Laundering Act of 2011, as amended by the Act of 2016, actually designate Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate money laundering. The Prevention of Organized Crime Act of 2018 also that gives designate ACC to actually conduct elements of money laundering, racketeering, and other offenses which are mentioned in the schedule. So that's how we feature in the space of money laundering as Anti-Corruption Commission. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamini. The next question will be to Superintendent Dube. Now, what is the cause of the low level of money laundering investigations and consequent low levels of prosecutions? Superintendent Dube.
Thank you so much, moderator. Yes, the Money Laundering Act was promulgated in 2011, but up to now, there are less investigation in that aspect. Well, we have a shortcoming, lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge, we still use the traditional way of pursuing the predicate offense, that is theft. So our intention or our approach now is that every law that has been promulgated, we will go out in the regions, explain it, tell officers as well, spread throughout the country what is expected of us according to the law. Yes, if there's nothing we bring for the DPP's office, the only logical thing is that the DPP has nothing to cook, if I can put it that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dube. Now, our next question will go to the Asset Forfeiture Unit. Now, what is your response to the public perception that the Asset Forfeiture Unit is targeting certain people? Ms. Matsabula.
As I have already elaborated on asset recovery, it targets criminality and it targets criminal property. So we are not targeting any people. If somebody is in possession of criminal property, that is our target. We have instituted asset recovery proceedings against a wide range of criminal activity, including dagga dealing, fraud, and other offenses, but those are our main ones. It's the pharmacy, is the contravention of the Pharmacy Act and fraud. I remember I remember even last year, the poker was called even in Parliament by the legislators. They were complaining that we are targeting dagga farmers. With dagga farming, it is not a legal activity in the kingdom. We have an obligation under the Vienna Convention to take proceeds. Specifically, that convention is for dagga proceeds. So and dagga farming, as in the criminal activity of contravening the Pharmacy Act, it links to other criminal activity, like the laundering. Most of the proceeds that are in our banks, they are produced through dagga farming. And in terms of the NRA, dagga is #1 in the ranks. So that's why even that is consistent then with the recovery process. It's not that we are targeting those ones. There is also tax evasion involved in those, which links to that criminal activity.
Thank you, Ms. Matsabula. So the target is dimensions the Porsches and the Lamborghinis, not the people. Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Matsabula, on your response. The next question goes to the EFIU. Now, what is the role of the EFIU in relation to illicit financial flows? Ms. Mavimbela, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Makakula. Okay, earlier we received a definition of illicit financial flows, which is the movement of money across the border that is illegal. It was mentioned that the illegality happens in three folds. It could be the source of the funds, which could be, for example, corruption or smuggling of goods. It could be the act, which is transferring. So that's where we get the elements of tax evasion. So it is also possible that the source of funds may be from a legitimate business. However, you then decide to move funds to another jurisdiction to evade tax. And the last one is the end use. Again, it could also be the source of funds as legit, but when you move the funds to another country, you are actually going to maybe support terrorist financing. So what do the EFIU do? So what we actually do, okay, first of all, we would have received a regulatory report. So ours is to actually identify the elements of IFF, and then we analyze that information to produce financial intelligence to aid investigations and prosecutions. So we are an administrative FIU, which means we cannot conduct investigations. So with that information, we then pass it on to our law enforcement agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mavimbela. Now, last but not the least, Mr. Lamini, for the ERS. Some people have expressed a view that ERS is responsible for the closure of businesses. What is your response, Mr. Lamini?
Thank you, Mtomben. I think in our third slide, I talked about the fact that the main focus, we invest our energy on educating our taxpayers, and secondly, we provide the service. And I think we are all alive to the fact that recently we had what we call a Client Appreciation Day, which points to the fact that we appreciate our clients. But again, I would like to state that we put our foot down in terms of dealing with criminality, as I've pointed out in our compliance model or compliance triangle. So those who do not want to comply intentionally, then that's where we actually apply the full force of the law. So that is my response to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamini. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please, for our presenters. Thank you. That will be the end of this segment of this session. The questions from the moderator are gone. We will take questions from the audience. How should we do it? Should we start with Slido? Or should we go to the audience? Or should we just focus on Slido? Slido, thank you. Now, let's look at the first one. It seems to be directed at the asset forfeiture unit. How is it that there are assets forfeited, yet we are saying there are no charges? Where is the connection there? What empowers the forfeiture? Ms. Matsabula, this one is yours. I did say this one is a hot one. Yes, and even the second one, Ms. Matsebula, I don't know, it looks like we'll have to stand here permanently to answer the question. But let's take the first one.
Our asset recovery law is statutory based. It is the provision of the statute that it is not a requirement that we prove the criminal activity that produced the property we are targeting. So I'm responding to the first question, that how are assets forfeited, yet we are saying there are no charges. So we target the property, as I have said, we target the property. We give the court elements or evidence that shows that this property is coming from criminal activity. We may not know what sort of criminal activity that produced the property, but we're only telling the court, based on circumstances, that this and this, it's a pointer that this property is coming from criminal activity. Then usually they don't even oppose these applications because they know that the property is coming from criminal activity. They just run away. Once we target the property, anyone who wants to defend the property will come up and explain where it comes from, because we don't know. It's based on the basic principle of the common law, that the facts are within the personal knowledge of the possessor of the property. So we would not know where it comes from. But then there is a gap in law if we don't target such property, because criminal gangs, they launder. The reason we will not have the criminal activity is because of laundering. When you launder, you disassociate the property with the criminal activity. So the law has to come in there and fill in that gap and say we don't need a conviction, target the property. I hope I'm clear there. Convictions or none, have we have any applications, have there been any conviction-based or non-conviction-based? Yes, with conviction-based, there's only one case. We have only restrained property. It's an amount of around 6.2 million. It's our first case with conviction-based. We did it last year, and we were working on an application which is challenging this one. It came 8 months, almost 7 months back. Otherwise, we are waiting for the trial so that we do we apply for the confiscation process. With the non-conviction based, the statistics, I think we have 83 cases that we have done for non-conviction based since the inception of the POC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to find out, oh yes, that one has been. We were just wondering whether this panel is competent to answer that one. Don't we have any other vulnerability threat around the tendering process in many government processes and parastatals? I'm glad that I'm not the one required to answer any question. But I am wondering, it looks like we need to roll this one over for another session. I don't think any of our colleagues here, unless anyone raises a hand and says they are competent. Then the next one, what informs the 7 years historical tracking? Yes, when POCA was issued in 2018. Do you say?
How many forfeitures, successful forfeitures? I think I have covered that. So they need final forfeitures. How many forfeiture applications we've made in the past 5 years? If you assist me. Where final forfeitures. So there are around 45 final forfeiture applications. The property is forfeited to the state and it's auctioned, then we put the funds in the criminal asset recovery account. If there is a victim there, it then claims from the commit, then he's paid. It doesn't give the property to the state. And the usage, the fund, it's in 7 years, whereas POCA was issued in 2018. I mentioned the issue of the 7 years in respect of conviction-based. We recover from criminal activity which the person has been convicted of and any other related criminal activity. So the 7 years, it covers for the related criminal activity that we can go back 7 years in auditing this person. The law, it gives us the benchmark here, 7 years, that you cannot go beyond. So it's retrospective. I think that is a challenge of this question. Maybe it's challenging the retrospective. It has been challenged constitutionally, and it has been said by the courts that it's a necessary evil. We are fighting crime here.
It does in Yamalal. Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask Mr. Dlamini to deal with that one that appears at the top. My worry is that if Ms. Matsebola continues, the other questions will disappear. Mr. Dlamini, please assist with the one in relation to the lifestyle audit.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. When you talk about the lifestyle investigation, yes, there may be a vulnerability because in terms of the Procurement Act, Public Procurement Act of 2011, it precludes public. That is when the importance of conducting a financial investigation, surely we cannot establish if the company now belongs to a certain individual who's actually now fronting maybe his children or her relatives. But it's not an issue that it cannot be detected. Of course, that it can be established, but through a process, which is the financial investigation. We cannot emphasize more the importance of a financial investigation because that's the core. That's the core. Once we do that, actually we will have many.
I can't define the term, but if you have benefited, we have stolen the funds, then we have utilized them as the scenario of this, as in the scenario of that question. So what happens in conviction-based, the court will say, you have been involved in so much criminality. So the court will issue a confiscation because of your criminality. It will be based on the audit that will be on the financial report that will be brought to the court. That will be a full audit of the defendant. So we will recover the assets therein in terms of benefit. But we cannot recover this under non-conviction based because there must be the asset which we are saying it's a proceed.
The next one, Ms. Matabula.
I think I have already touched on that one, that we forfeit the assets to the state, they are auctioned and the funds, they go to the criminal asset recovery account. And any victim may claim, if you have been defrauded, then we move the application, you can claim to be reimbursed from the asset recovery account. The other funds, they must be utilized, they must be invested in the criminal justice system. Everybody who is, all agencies who are involved in the criminal justice system, they are supposed to receive they can apply requests for funding from these funds. How do we ensure transparency in the forfeiture process? As the Office of the DPP, we don't investigate. We receive our files from the police and the ACC. So when we receive a file, we have to work on it. If we have evidence to institute an application, we move the application. If we don't have the evidence, then we will inform the agent that brought that file why we can't proceed. So for me, it's a check and a balancing act that otherwise we have not yet been.
Yes. The following ones, we'll just have to skip until we get to that one. None of us are from the banking sector here. Cash threshold, yes, this one. If the proceeds are forfeited, go back to the state, and we're not doing the very same thing of bringing dirty money into the systemic flow? Interesting question. The repetition, yeah.
What do you say?
Yes, I think we can move to the ACC question. Yes, yes. Ms. Matsabuda, do you have a response to that one? We're bringing the dirty money into the system?
For me, it goes through the court processes. Then the court says now the owner is the state. So there is a clean owner.
There is another aspect to it. For example, where there was a case recently, it was published in the newspapers, fraud. I believe the company was defrauded over 2 million emalangeni. We were able to forfeit some of that. What happened was it was an employee, and she defrauded her employer over 2 million emalangeni, I believe in a space of just over a year. She proceeded to use that money, bought a lot of properties. So we went after the properties, and we finally got a forfeiture court order, forfeiting the properties to the state. However, what happened in that case was once we forfeited to the state, the victim said, no, I want the properties to be in my name, which is not possible because the properties belonged to the employee, because the employee defrauded the company of money. Sorry, to cut a long story short. The court recognized the fact that, as per Section 67 of the POCA, the committee may authorize payments out of the fund to satisfy, to compensate victims who suffered losses as a result of offenses under this act and as specified in this act. So in this case, the money is not really dirty because the money will be going back to the victim to compensate the victim. Thank you.
The next two questions require the attention of the ACC. Mr. Lamini.
I think this one can say the process of investigating corruption it's quite a long process, because sometimes we investigate and the scope changes. But that cannot be a defense. We do have cases that are pending before court. In my presentation, I touched, or I mentioned the importance of having a dedicated, specialized court that would specifically deal with financial crime cases. That would include corruption. As we speak, without shifting any blame, but we are saying, we can actually tell you that we do have cases, a number of cases which are pending before court. It's not within our powers because we don't actually try cases. They are pending before court. So without those cases getting to the space of being tried, we cannot get any conviction. But at the same time, we do acknowledge that maybe those cases which are pending before court, they're not enough. We should be bringing in a number of cases. It's a process. We are working on some cases. There are some maybe you see in the media. We are working on some of those cases. With regard to, because when you talk about information, it depends whether that information will fit in and actually build a case. So we wouldn't say that stakeholders are not assisting us. They are actually helping us, which we appreciate. So it's a matter of time that we build solid cases and they see the space of court. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamini. The next question, unfortunately or fortunately, it actually calls upon the technical committee who will speak for us. We appreciate the technical compliance, but we have clear and measurable targets for the effectiveness aspect. This was partly covered, of course, in the morning. We may roll this over to the next section. The next one, when we auction the properties, how certain are we that we are not sending the properties back to the offender from organized crime circle? What controls do we have? I don't know. Ms. Matsibula, any response?
The Act, it prohibits. If we have recovered property from someone, it prohibits that person from buying back the property. So that is the only measure we have in place to, it's a criminal offense to buy it back.
There's another question at the top. Combating IFFs is largely dependent on information sharing. With the Data Protection Act, how do we ensure we carry our mandate without contravening the DPA? It doesn't look like it's a question that this panel can deal with. Next question, limited resources. We are also not in a position. There are new enactments like the Electronic Evidence Act and Communications Transactions Act, which are not, I don't know which Mr. Lamini you are referring to. Okay. Yes, we can move to the next one. What strategy is in place to ensure coordinated initiatives against money laundering pull towards one direction? This was also partly covered in the morning as a strategy. There is the NIA, which is getting finalized. We know from the MER what happened, and also the fact that this Indaba itself is part of that process. We're ensuring that we communicate, spread the gospel, AML, CFT. So I think that one will be, of course, directed to the whole team. We can roll it over. EFIU. Has the EFIU made strides in ensuring that a strategic analysis is produced to assist AAs to identify and target high-risk activities? Ms. Mavimbela, any response on this one?
Okay. Okay, the EFIU is actually currently working on a sectorial report, which is focusing on high-value goods, and this will be shared with the law enforcement agencies. It is something that we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mzabela. Let's move to the Mavimbela. Let's move to the next one. Yeah. I don't think the panel again is competent. Is there an audit performed within LEAs for activities purposes? Is there anyone willing to take this one? Superintendent Dube, Mr. Lomini?
As much as we cannot state a specific audit that is being conducted, but it has been mentioned that we have recently been assessed as a country. And then that's where the effectiveness level was assessed. One may think or say, well, that's not an audit, but the level of effectiveness with regard to the performance of the law enforcement agencies is being actually assessed or tested. So now we know where we are as a country in terms of the performance of law enforcement agencies through the mutual evaluation that was actually conducted in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamini. We've finished our questions on SLEDO. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the program director, to thank the participants. We started just after 2. We've managed to try and recoup that time, but we are mindful of those who might have other engagements beyond what we are dealing with here today. You've been a wonderful audience, and it feels good knowing that we are spreading the gospel, and I feel very confident going forward in relation to tackling money laundering, terrorist financing. Allow me, Program Director, to end here. I do see a question. I cannot take the question unless I'm directed by the Program Director. I am not directing myself here. I'm directed by the Program Director. So, Program Director, if you give us the go-ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Njalinjali. Yes, we've been given a golden opportunity. Just one question. Yes.
It's in the middle of my father's homestead. Now I'm saying, forfeit, yes. What then happens? Please take us through, because when we ask these questions, all we are doing, we're trying to create awareness so that these things could come to an end. That is the main reason we ask this question. Just take us through. I asked this question this morning. She asked me to sit here until this evening. I said I said yes, I was going to sit, but take us through what then happens. It's in the middle. angaboshelwa lifindvo ukuthi ngilapha ngakhe ekhatsi la ebaleni ngoba kunelibala lelikhulu lakhaya sengibeke lendlu yami lenkulu la then tell me ukuthi you forfeit, you auction, and then kwendekani lapho because ma auction lo muntu utawungena kanjani lakhaya because I must lose i-benefit yalento. Please take us through. This is I'm asking this thing for the 4th time. He is my witness, the gentleman sitting here. I've always asked this question. I never get very good satisfaction. I mean, I never like to stop asking a question until I'm satisfied. Ngiyabonga, the last one, and this is the last one. It is directed to you, Babe Bheki Dlamini. If those sections, I think it was 11 and 12, were declared unconstitutional, let's say. Now, what has your department done to make sure that that is addressed? Doesn't it affect the smooth running of ACC? Thank you.
Let's start with the first one. Ms. Patsibula.
In that regard, the Act, it permits the DPP to move an application to court to have property destructed, as in demolished. We are fighting crime, and the rationale behind no one must benefit from crime. He must not enjoy their house.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Matsabula. May I also allow Mr. Dlamini? I hope you are satisfied with the response. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, yes, thank you.
Hey, Ngos, you're putting me on the spot. With regard to that, or those sections, I think I mentioned before, but for the benefit of this House, I said we should look at what was brought before court. What was brought before court, it was an application, ex parte application, to have an arrest warrant issued by the judge. And what happened next? It was the pronouncement. I wouldn't say it was, some may say it was a declaration of those sections being unconstitutional. But what happened after that judgment, which was an ex parte application, the office of the DPP, which is our important stakeholder, because when we make these applications before court or before the judge in chambers, we make sure that the DPP is aware of that application. The DPP, through the office of the DPP, we actually appealed that judgment. As much as we know, some were saying it wasn't a judgment, because that's why I said we should look what was brought before court. For what happened next, for the judge to pronounce, to make those pronunciations, is for somebody else to make a decision. But we appealed that judgment, and then it went to the Supreme Court. When it got to that space, the Supreme Court referred the matter back to the Court of First Instance, which is the High Court. And as we speak, the matter is still pending to be now decided by the High Court. However, that doesn't stop ACC to be working. As much as we know that that pronouncement had an impact in the operations of the ACC, because Section 11 and 12, that's the pillar of ACC. It enables ACC to work. So for any pronouncement touching on those sections, we're actually grounding ACC. But we are saying we appealed that one. and again, should get it clearly. We have to understand what was brought before court. It was an application in terms of Section 13. No application was brought before court challenging the constitutionality of those sections. That's why we're still working. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dlamini. With your permission, may I hand over to our program director, and may I request another round of applause for our presenters, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I am officially leaving the stage. Thank you. Mr. Njali, we appreciate the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomben. Thank you, colleagues. A full cycle. Nemabhange indawo sayaganga nje mabomu. And then there are police who put together the docket. They forward it to DPP, and DPP prosecutes. And now we wait to see the successes so that we are confident that effectiveness can be demonstrated. I realized in our discussions that we kept saying we're found wanting on a number of things as a country, and our strategy has sought to bring those inefficiencies or inadequacies to then have a forward-looking action plan, as the chairperson of the council has indicated. We have set the tone today, and as authorities, public sector and private sector, we have by extension committed that what we have heard as grey lists or blacklists is not going to come into our shores. We are a smaller economy, and the impact and consequences of grey listing Eswatini will be very, very damaging to the development of our people. We are encouraged, colleagues and delegates, that the attention that we've placed today has in itself given comfort that as we navigate these challenging times, we are going to maintain some focus and put our resources in the right path. I do, as program director today, appreciate the liveliness that you have demonstrated and the expertise that the colleagues have come and shared with us today. We, in our day-to-day lives or business lives, we fail to acknowledge that the law places a responsibility to each one of us, but in the same breath, it secures our constitutional rights and our intention to behave the right way. We have, as supervisors and authorities, placed so much requirements upon your businesses, and today and tomorrow, our hope is that it illuminates the needs of such requirements. With those, I would just consider them as closing remarks for the day and summarizing the session. Tomorrow, we have a half day wherein we are going to have two main items: ultimate beneficial ownership, a very interesting conversation that the banks are going to place at the foot of the supervisor. So we'll have a dual presentation by supervisors and as well by industry. There are certain guidelines or regulations that they will be discussing on how we pierce, in a legal way, the corporate veil and understanding and trying to seek who the warm body is behind the structures, the complex structures that Charles demonstrated today of which we also have in our jurisdiction. So it will be very nice to finally put this question to bed. Are they transfer pricing? Are they shenanigans? Or it's complete business practice? It will be very interesting one. And then virtual assets will close out the morning session tomorrow. It's an interesting one on that. It's new concepts, new models, new products, and we'll be placing them again in focus from a regulator's perspective, and also the challenges that it brings in terms of investigation, where Dube, again, superintendent Dube, will try and highlight those issues. I would encourage that we also maintain a full house as we have today, in recognition of a fuller program that we'll also have tomorrow. With those, I will, Nakule Sondvene, but you will just have to bear with me. An instruction just for this last time, to bow our heads and close our eyes and seek traveling mercies. Father, we have placed this program at inception before your throne. As we are about to leave, clear out the challenges on our roads and grant us traveling mercies back to our workspaces and places of abode. In Jesus' name, amen.